Може? Може да почнеме? Океј. Ке ве замолам за тишина. Ако може. Океј. Добар ден на сите. Добре дојдовте во N99 ивент центарот, каде што вчера за прв пат ја отворивме оваа приказна наречена N99 екосистем. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to N99 ecosystem. We are now currently at the event center, which we started last night. And I would like to thank all of the participants, all of the team for doing a great job in the last couple of months preparations and putting on the table a new way of approaching and a new way of creating a new ecosystem. And I would say creating a new economical model in our country. So today we are supposed to have 5 different panels and discussion with experts, and we decided to start it with a first panel, which is physical AI and future industry. Why? Because one of the bases of N99 and the N99 Technopark, which was yesterday officially opened, are AI, physical AI and future industry. We have their cybersecurity, we have their brains and neuro center, and then we have their AI in agriculture. So we put 4 bases. We must eat, we must defend ourselves, we must heal ourselves, and we must catch up the steps with the future. So today's panel, it's a panel and the topic it's not the future, it's actually what we are living today, one change what is happening in the world, and we believe that with these gentlemen on my right, that we will get a lot of information about it and a lot of things which are happening right now, what we are doing, what we are planning to do, and they will share their experience. And I must say, I will start from our CEO, Professor Anis Sefidanis. He is a comer from Italy. He studied many years in Italy. He used to work there. On a povratnik. He make a comeback to our country. I would like to say welcome to the Minister of Digitalization, who is a great supporter of this project as well, doing a great job for the digitalizing our country. We are just added value to it. I believe we will be an added value to it, dear Minister. I'm happy to see a professor from engineering machine skill, we call it, of UKIM. Welcome. Kate уште еден повратник. She's another comer from United States. She used to work many years in Google. And we will be happy to hear your thoughts about what's happening today and what we're going to do together. And you very well known family, Cekic, a son of my dear friend, Dr. Cekic, and I'm happy that he catch the sight of the AI future, and he's doing a great job with his company and personally with his PhD. So, Professor Anis, let's the revolution begin. And we said our motto is create at home, sell globally. We want to do as much as possible from us and from this country. Enjoy and have a nice discussion. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I will first address the audience in Macedonian language. Добро дојдовте сите. Ви благодарам многу, посебно на младите, тоа ме радува, бидејќи мотото е Welcome to the future, а кој ако не тие се најдобри представници на иднината. Се наоѓаме во предвечерието на она што се нарекува четврта индустријска револуција и веќе знаеме тука главните предводници се вештачката интелигенција и роботиката. Ги слушаме секојдневно, дали се тоа медиумски мантри или се наслови на нови истражувачки трудови, академски учебници. Главното прашање е што може Македонија да добие од сето тоа. Сега светот се соочува со еден нов феномен наречен AI депонија, каде што се борат или се надпреваруваат големите сили од исток и запад. Ние се обидуваме да ги прилагодиме сите тие големи јазични модели и решенија на нашите потреби, но нашите потреби секогаш ќе бидат уникатни и специфични. Насловот на првиот панел е Physical AI и индустриите од иднината, што алудира на нашата обврска да создаваме дома наши решенија кои ќе бидат дизајнирани за нашите проблеми. Алшар, првиот хуманоиден робот изработен во Република Македонија, всушност е добар представник и еден скромен пример, обид, да се најде решение во доменот на social robotics или обшествена роботика, каде што се вкрстуваат вештачката интелигенција со системите за автоматизација за да решат одредено сценарио или одреден проблем. Образованието го идентификувавме како примарен проблем, бидејќи од тука веруваме дека извираат сите други проблеми, а и сите решенија. Така што ако можеме да ја надминиме таа застарена парадигма на еден према многу, односно еден ригиден авторитет кој со своите титули се труди да ги натера учениците да го имитираат него, во платформа која ќе биде за отворена соработка помеѓу учениците и студентите кои ќе ги користат новите алатки и технологии, не за да доаѓаат до решенија кои се плагиаризам, туку за да доаѓаат до нови проблеми, нови дефиниции на проблемите кои ќе можат да се решат на креативен начин. Така што овој панел е идеален, почнувајќи од министерот, кој е главен креатор на политиките во Македонија за дигитализација и можам да му честитам за тоа што е досега сработено. Веруваме дека ќе продолжи понатаму со уште поголеми резултати. Заедно со моите ценети колеги од Машински факултет, од Microsoft и од Google, тука можеме само да ги инспирираме новите генерации во Македонија да продолжат онаму каде што ние сме застанале и да можат сите тие етикети кои ги добиваме, мала земја, лимитиран пазар, фрагментирано општество, да го променат во нешто што Алшар го носи на грбот, а тоа е Born in Macedonia. Now I will continue into English language. I would like to introduce the panelist, Mr. Stefan Andonovski, Minister of Digital Transformation. Your perspective is essential because the future of AI is also a question of public policy, digital infrastructure, regulation, education, and national strategy. Welcome, above all, and I would like to ask you to introduce more deeply yourself and to tell us more about the role you are taking in the government of Macedonia right now.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. Yesterday was a very, very good evening, and I think a nice way to start the day is talking about the things that are the present, not the future. And I think we are not far behind. When we started the ministry 2 years ago, unfortunately we inherited a situation of a scattered approach. So you had institution here that is advanced, that is doing data warehouse, that is doing AI. You have another institution in the same building probably, which is keeping the racks somewhere beneath the stairs, which doesn't have a licensed Windows to use and does not have the proper firewall. And they're all working in the same environment. So it's the same, when you see it, is the country itself. We had a national portal, nobody was using it. For e-services, we had national interoperability platform, less than 40 institutions were attached to it. So we inherited a scattered situation. This is not to complain or to find alibis, but it's to say that that was the way that we couldn't go forward. We couldn't build anything from it. And there was a temptation, I would say, from day one, to try these ad hoc, easy solutions. So I was approached maybe 20 times with a solution that is chatbot for the National E-Services portal, AI agent for the Data.gov.mk portal. And it was fairly, convenient for me as a minister to have fast wins and to say, okay, I'll take these 5 different chatbots that are talking, one to ChatGPT, the other one to Grok, the third one to Gemini, and I will try to combine them in one thing, and maybe something will come out of it. My decision was not to do that. We started strategically. We passed 2 important strategies in my view. One was the national ICT strategy, the Smart MK, and the other one was the cybersecurity strategy. And right after the strategies, we laid down the foundation with the laws. So we passed 4 different laws, the law on cybersecurity, law on digital archiving, law on electronic documents that introduced for the first time digital identity in the form of digital wallet, and we have the law on electronic communications and law on e-services. That paved the way for the future. So I think now we are in the phase where we're talking and thinking about AI, but I will tell you more maybe in the second question.
Okay, Minister, when people hear about AI, many think about ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, etc. But physical AI means AI entering real life. Robot in factories, robot eventually in homes. Now we have robot in schools already. For the government perspective, how can our country prepare for this new wave of technology? Do we have the necessary regulations for allowing AI to be embodied in Macedonia?
First, I'm a proponent, maybe would be counterfactual, of less regulation when it comes to AI. We just signed yesterday the AI ethics framework together with the Council of Europe, which provides some basic ethical framework for usage of AI. But I wouldn't go in too much regulation, and that's why we just this year formed a working group that will work on the national AI strategy. And that will be the strategy of the usage of AI in public administration and of course in the private domain. It will set the tools, the actions that we need to do as institutions in order to utilize it fully. But that's not the point. You know, passing strategy will not do anything if you don't fulfill it. That's why last year we decided to support the National AI Center Vezilka. And this is a huge program. It is more than 6.2 million euros investment, out of which about 2 million is the government, and it's supported by Horizon Europe and by the EU Commission, which means that it will fruit results. What that will mean? That will mean building an antenna that will be based in Skopje, connected with an AI factory in Greece, in order to utilize the full computing power of the factory in Greece for our own purposes. And then data storage here, present in Skopje, that will form the first national large language model. Because you mentioned these giants, tech giants, no one of them works in Macedonia. So then when you try to write a report, and try to draft, to ask some prompts and some questions, then you don't get the right answers. Why? Because it's normal that ChatGPT doesn't understand Macedonian. It works probably in English, then it translates everything the moment that you ask the prompt, and then it gives you the answer in Macedonian. And that's why you see these mistakes in words, mistakes in grammar, mistakes in concepts. It will probably learn one day, but we don't want to wait for it to learn in Bulgarian or to learn in Bulgaro-Serbian language that will be then translated into Macedonian. I think this is national pride moment. And then when we build the large language model through building the Macedonian language corpus, which means digitalizing literature, digitalizing data, digitalizing media from Macedonian sources, then we will have the large language model built. Second phase will be fast implementation here in N99 together with businesses, at Finki, at UKIM, together with academia, at other universities in the private sector and the public administration. We defined 5 different spheres where we are going to implement Vezilka. Predominantly it will be agriculture. You also saw the point, we have to eat. It is the same thing that we are thinking as well. It will be health, it will be the public domain, it will be banking, and it will be education. So it means that we saw what strategically important areas are for the country and we will invest in them, but that doesn't mean because Vezilka will be open format, it will allow access to everybody else, including these big tech giants. When they talk about Macedonia, they will first see the results or the corpus that comes from Vezilka. This is the way infrastructure is built. This is where the way the country leads and the government leads in this domain. Of course, we will play around with these chatbots. I'm not against them, don't get me wrong. But we have to try to be systemic about these things as government. Yes, private sector can play around. You can have sandboxes, you can try things, you can make mistakes. The government shouldn't make big mistakes. So our approach, that's why it was maybe wait a bit, be strategic about it, plan it out, and now full implementation. So I think in the next year we will see concrete results.
Thank you very much. Kate, welcome. Globally, we see that AI is moving very, very fast. Some companies are already using it seriously. You're the best representative from Google perspective, while others are still trying to understand what this technology can offer, where to begin, and unfortunately, this is the case with 90% of small, medium enterprises in Macedonia. From your background, What makes a company truly ready for AI?
Great question. I think we define that the problems that we are facing with AI in Macedonia are unique to us. They are not. Even very developed countries are facing these same challenges. These massive companies, including Google, are still trying to figure out how to use AI, physical AI, mental AI, everything. So we are not different in that regard. Everybody's trying to figure it out. Nobody has the right formula at this moment. What you were saying, the minister was just saying, having a strategy is something that everybody, governments, companies are trying to actively define right now. And we are at a point where we are merging something very analog in a way, very outdated. I think one of the leaders at Google says we're at the dial-up era of AI right now. And we're trying to bridge it with something that we're, it's even beyond our imagination what AI can do. We're trying to truly define what it is that we want to achieve. So at this point, having a clear vision is the number one thing that every company, every government is trying to figure out. And then when you have that direction, there's a few things that, again, I'm glad to hear the minister talking about this. It is regulation, it is ethics, it is practical, because AI does use a ton of computing power. We're killing a lot of trees just by asking Gemini or ChatGPT what to wear today, which I totally do. It is important that we have that, we're thinking about all of those components. And with companies, there will always be, and with governments, there will always be a current that says, oh, we're not ready for AI, we can't do this. The reality is the AI train has left the station. You either get on it or you get left behind. And AI is already in everything that you do, in everything that you are using today from a technological perspective. We don't even realize. One of my recent examples, I was working with a very large bank at Google, and they're also the biggest bank in America. They are trying to figure out their AI strategy at the moment. So we're not late. They're still, everybody's still doing it. And they asked me for a list of all the products that Google is using, in which Google is using AI. And I said, are you ready? Here's the list. All of them. So there is no product that you're using that has not been touched by AI in some way. So being aware of where we're using it, having a strategy of how we're going to use it, and then figuring out the infrastructure of ethics, of regulation, of how we're actually going to bring it to life.
I love the analogy of AI being in the dial-up era. It reminds me a lot of MRC, ICQ,
Yes.
BBC, the very true beginnings of human interconnection into one global family within what we call today the metaverse. And here, in relation to the topic, I want to have your insights and perspective on physical AI, as we all know that intelligence is all about context. AI embodied into a smart system which is using sensors to harness plenty of data from the surrounding, eventually can help companies to have more personalized version of this intelligence which for now is very distilled. It tries to be universal, ubiquitous, as the minister said, to have a super perspective on things rather to step in your shoes and to face the problems you're facing every day?
So in terms of personalization, there's, I would say, two things. It's the expectations of users. We are all very used to having our expectations met really quickly. We want instant gratification, and then there's the capability of the models to actually deliver what you want at the moment that you want it. AI can gather a lot of data that humans could not. So there's absolutely potential in this. Now, the challenge becomes AI in itself, it's built to be a little bit flexible, to be a little bit creative, because otherwise it won't work. So we are very sensitive to when AI starts to hallucinate, when AI starts to make mistakes, and we're very fast in dismissing, oh, this is not working because it didn't get everything I wanted at the right moment. This will get better. Another mantra at Google is the AI you're using today is the worst you'll ever use compared to what's going to happen in the future. So we need to be patient, but also understand how AI learns, that we need, the more we interact with it, the more we feed and shape how it interacts with us, the better results it's going to give us. And that's true for physical AI. I know in robotics in particular, it is very hard to, we're trying to, our expectations are of robots that look like humans, and that is so incredibly hard to do even today, because the way our bodies are built is a very, very sophisticated algorithm that we still have a lot of ways to go. But celebrating things like Al-Shar, which is an incredible achievement, even in global perspective, and having institutes like these is the strategy to get better and to get to that point where AI and physical AI becomes what we expect it to be.
Yes, great. I believe also that we are evolutionary program to have this anthropomorphic approach towards technology. We want to mimic ourselves because we believe that we are the perfect example of nature, how things should operate. Thank you. Dr. Čekić, you bring the perspective of applied artificial intelligence combined with entrepreneurship, real implementation, both on a regional and global scale. And this is central for moving from ideas or from knowledge into practical solutions. My question for you is, what is the biggest challenge when you want to move from AI as an idea to a real product to solve a problem?
That's a nice one. I mean, nice question. Thank you very much. So, okay? I think it's okay. Let me first of all congratulate about the ecosystem. It's not just about the institute, but the ecosystem. And I think that the question, we have the answer in what we've already mentioned, that we need multidisciplinary approach, first of all. Because I've seen, as someone who is really integrated in how AI can be built, I've seen a lot of things that fail apart just because we don't have a strategy and we don't have a data and we don't have a clue, an idea what we want to do with the data and that idea. So the first thing that I would like to mention is what the minister already mentioned, that's the strategy. So I'm really happy to see that we are finally on track and we felt that something's happening, especially in the field of digitalization, which is the pre-requirement if we want to build something with AI, because the AI is basically something that is created by the humans. So the another thing that I would like to mention is the data. So now in a physical AI world, that is something that a lot of big companies are working on. And when it comes to the data, there's one paradigm that I'm always mentioning. It's like we are living in a brownfield world, where we created the world by the humans for the humans. But now the situation is changing. We need to have a greenfield environment where we'll collaborate with the robots and we'll go, I mean, beyond the chatbots and the assistants, but more in a way in a cool robot space. Which means that we're gonna shift the work, the dirty and the dangerous work to the robots, and we're gonna supervise and monitor the final idea and the perspective of what we want to build. So in terms of the practicality that Anis asked, I would say the data, the strategy, and our way of how we're going to utilize this technology. Because as we go through the years, we can see that the artificial intelligence is basically not something new. It is here for more than 75 years. But now it's democratized more than ever. And we have the possibility as humans and as a country to be shoulder to shoulder to other more developed countries and really show our potential. Which, by the way, brings back us to the multidisciplinary approach and what we are building here as a fundamental concepts. Yep, that would be my recap on
Thank you very much.
the applied science.
Professor Maya, people often forget from where all of those agents came from. They don't consider the sensors, they forget the previous revolution, which was the digitalization, where we harness a lot of data from archives, from surroundings, from people's interaction, in order to have these smart brains now mimicking our behavioral patterns. And physical AI cannot exist without engineering. These sensors must be put back in place so ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude can evolve further in future scenarios. Behind every smart system, or I would say intelligent machine, there is the mechanical part which you deal with every day, including the design, the materials used, control systems, real physical limits. Because in the realm of software, everyone can compete. But when it comes to the ground, when you need to build an intelligent system to face real physical obstacles, you need true genius. From engineering point of view, what do people often misunderstood about robots and robotics?
Thank you very much, Professor Anis. It's a pleasure to be here with this distinguished guest today. As you started the question, you said people forget where did it came from. But I think people forget usually why did it come for. Because at the end of the day, artificial intelligence is not only for us to type in some prompts and get some answers and ask some or get answers for some banal questions every day that we use, but at the end of the day, it's probably why it came for. It's to help us make those industrial processes more intelligent. So, first of all, I would also like to mention that we're talking about physical AI, which is a market that has a revenue had a revenue in 2025 of around 80 billion. And it estimated that will be 1.4 trillion by 2035. So it's a serious topic we're talking about. So as engineers, we usually see, and probably all of you have seen those simulations that we use on our laptops to simulate a working environment of a robot. And it all seems like perfect and not messy and it's all in a controlled environment, but actually that is not like that in the reality. The reality is more messy and more chaotic. So actually the idea of physical AI is to bring AI off screens and to erase the borders, distinguish the borders between the physical processes and the artificial intelligence that we are used to. So to define that controlled and clean environment, but to project it into an uncontrolled and messy environment that we all live in, the real world. So as far as we know as engineers, mechanical engineers, and probably especially those that are not engineers, we feel that automation is the highest level of modern technologies that we can have. But nowadays it's physical AI, because it's between automation and, as I said, why do we use artificial intelligence in the physical systems? So the power in physical AI is basically in the continuous closed loop. What you mentioned, the sensing, the sensors, they provide data. As we all know what a circle of a physical system is, especially mechatronics engineers that I meet every day, my students. It's a continuous closed loop where it all starts from the sensors and we get a lot of data. But the point is what we do with that data and how we use them, how we use it, the data from the sensors. So physical AI moves forward to decision-making process. So the smart factories, the industrial systems, the robots, the cars, the drones that we see every day. Further after the sensing process, they go to decision-making and also to bring acts from that decisions and act on that decisions and learn from mistakes, which is the highest part. Because there is no perfect system. There will probably be a mistake for sure, 100%. But how do we act after we get that mistake? Well, the physical AI enables the systems to adapt to that, to provide adaptive action, and how to react after we understand that the mistake has happened. So it's between classic robotics that we know and the IoT systems that we get notifications from, and to make a perfect cohesion and to make embedded systems. So physical AI's actions based on decision. It's an adaptive action. So I think at the end, physical AI is actually what ChatGPT made to humans. Well, physical AI is what AI made to machines.
Great, great. This gives us also hope that one day we might reach also digital consciousness where a machine can operate completely independently. And this can also further boost the divide, which is already mainstream between those utopists believing that AI can bring us to universal basic income, a better world for all of us, and the other dystopian vision, which already can be seen in some industries. People are losing their jobs because of AI on a daily basis. New industries eventually will rise, etc. And in this perspective, I would like now to make a broader panel discussion. What skills will matter most, according to you, in the next year in Macedonia? Whether this is technical knowledge, creativity, communication, maybe ethics, maybe entrepreneurship, or something else which we cannot predict at the moment. Minister, please.
It is a difficult question. I think what we've seen with the development of AI is a drop in the ask and the demand for juniors in the private sector. That means that there is now forming a gap between universities and the private sector in the IT domain, which was not the case in the past. You all know that there were students in first or second year mechanical faculty or Finki or the others that would get a job. So they needed skills that are basic skills. They were software testers, They were junior developers, but the demand was very high. And this was not far long ago. It was 2020, 2021. You would even have professionals from other domains, lawyers, economists, that would pass an academy of 6 months and then start working right away and get 3 times the salary they were getting before. That's not the case anymore. So the world has changed mainly because of AI and the usage of AI. That changes the narrative now with universities and the government as well. I think we need advanced technical knowledge more than we needed before, combined with all the skills that you also mentioned that are, we would say soft skills, but they're skills of self-presentation, public speaking, making teams, working in a team, project cycle. So all these other areas will be relevant, but we need to increase the technical knowledge, and what we haven't done until today, unfortunately in the country, find the niche we are good in. So 15 years ago we found that we're good in automotive parts. We have all these factories throughout the country that produce automotive parts. And we're good because Germans come here, because companies from the US come here. And we've shown that we can do this the right way. Now in this realm we need to find a niche. My personal opinion is that cybersecurity could be a niche. I know it's not the topic of this panel, but building skills in the realm of cybersecurity for our students now will be a competitive advantage that we can provide to the world. Because we will not provide AI developers, that's for sure. We don't have these tech giants here present. But in cybersecurity, being smart, being flexible, being new to the market, is doable. So it's an area that if I needed to choose as university where to invest, I would invest in cybersecurity. Because this is the future, and this is the competitive advantage that we would have, both for the country, because every company here will need a cybersecurity professional, at least one. Most of us will need more, and then export it to the region and the world itself. We don't need to ask for the new miracle. There are things that are around here. We have the technological base. We have the students that come out of this university, of other universities in the country. They are well-based. Now we need to advance in terms of technical skills.
Great, thank you very much. We are honored to have with us Lyubcha Georgiev, which is the regional manager of Microsoft. He will connect in while we clean this. Lyubcha, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Thank you very much. So, welcome to N99. Thank you very much for being part of this panel. I would like just to enlarge the question I made to the minister before. What new jobs will appear because of AI, according to you? Not just in Macedonia, but globally, as the technology itself is not a conspiracy. It was totally unprecedented, and it's part of what we call recursive technology. It can recall itself to give birth to new things which we didn't foresee while we were writing the code for these models and agents.
I will just begin what also Minister mentioned. Probably there will be a lot of other jobs. And recently I was in one conference and there was a really nice explanation about that. It's not that some jobs will disappear, but actually how we can adapt to the new things and the AI which is coming to us. So depends of us how we can transform ourselves or our young generation. So it's up to us how we can adopt and how we can use the AI. So probably we will lose the people who will not use AI because AI is part of our daily work. So the one who will start to use it and who will educate it, they will definitely be what we are seeing in Microsoft about frontier transformation. So what I can mention, AI is no longer just another productivity tool. So it's starting to shape how work actually happens, how decisions are made, how software is written, how factories operate, how issues are resolved actually. For CIOs, CTOs, once AI moves beyond pilots and into core workflows, it stops being an innovation topic and become a platform and operating model decision. So that shift from experimenting with AI to running the business on it is what we call it frontier transformation. So end-to-end AI communication in one organization. And this isn't theoretical. At Microsoft, we are on this journey ourselves using Copilot and agents across engineering, operations, finance, and HR to change how our business actually runs. So AI adoption, as I mentioned, it's really important and accelerates very quickly. Pilot success and teams gain momentum, but value doesn't scale automatically. So as AI agents interact with engineering system, manufacturing data, supplier environments, and customer platforms, complexity increases sharply. So that complexity shows us across all the data, government, security, and operation. What my colleagues also mentioned before in your communication. So this is where many organizations slow down, not because of AI lacks value, but because scaling, which is responsibility and which is hard. So when we look at organization that is successfully scale AI, the difference consistently comes down to two things. First is intelligence, and the other one is trust. Intelligence means understanding how work actually gets done and how the business operates end to end. And trust is allow us scaling, so visibility into what AI is doing, control over how it behaves, and security across the environment. So without both intelligence and trust, AI remains stuck in, let's say, most probably an isolated experience. So this is where Microsoft brings together, let's say, the three layers of context. So first is work AI grounds, AI in how people and teams actually work. Fabric IQ provides a trusted government view of business and operational data. And Foundry AI connects approved enterprise knowledge such as standard documentation and policy. So the key difference is shared context. Agents aren't guessing or working in silos, but they're reason using your work patterns, your data, and your enterprise knowledge together. So as I mentioned, so this is the trust is actually the getting factor for CIOs and for how we can continue to work in the future. And frontier firms scale AI with confidence at scale, built on observability and governance and security. So together, those allow us innovation to move fast without creating unmanaged risk. So if I can just make a conclusion, so from that perspective, it's really important how we can change and how we can adapt. And we are talking about prompts. Just one more thing. So prompt is like questions. If you like to get the real and right answer, you need to put the right prompts. So that's why it's all about changes and it's all about adaptation to the new AI.
Great, thank you very much. I also mentioned when describing Alshare, it's not here to answer your question, but actually to make a smarter question. Why? Because a good question is half of the answer. So this is very important. Also for the students, we are not here as professors to give you all the answers to your questions. We are here to make you equipped with the right tools, how you can in a better way frame the problem. And guys, believe me that 90% of the problems in Macedonia and worldwide are wrongly framed issues. So if you find the right frame, most of them will just vanish. Okay, Lipcho, please quickly, or we disconnected? Okay, we will get, actually maybe I can ask this on the audience. Do we have a mic to pass by? Lipcho, very quickly, please tell us what should happen here in N99. And as you're the bridge between the local ecosystem in our country and what's happening globally through Microsoft, what do you expect to happen here in N99?
First of all, I can just mention that this is a great initiative, and it will make close to all of us actually, and also to the students and also to government and in our country, to become close to AI, to see how we can use it in a daily life. From the other part, it's education, how we can educate ourselves, how we can adapt, how we can change in order to implement and to use the benefits of AI. So this is crucial. Building trust, building intelligence, and coming, let's say, as a frontier between the what new actually era is coming and how we can come closer to the that year and how we can adapt. Short and clear.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lubcho. Hope to hear physically to have you here
Yes,
in the
yes.
next event and
Definitely.
99. Thank you very much. Okay, for the audience, guys, what we mean by physical AI is the major transformation within this fourth industrial revolution. Probably it will change the society for good or for bad, as much as electricity did previously. Now we cannot imagine everyday life or whatever we do on a daily basis without electricity. Imagine you have a humanoid robot in the home, making laundry, working in kitchen, fixing your stuff. What will be your major issues? Is it privacy? Is it security? Is it loss of identity maybe? Culture, a family culture, tradition? What will be the major fear related to the physical AI having it at home? Because we read everyday news that a robotic hand hurt someone in a factory while being used as a collaborator. Okay, we see the misuse of LLMs in education for plagiarism, etc. If you have it at home within a family setting, together with your parents, kids, etc., what will be the major issue? And most of you already have robots at home in a physical form. Vacuum robots? Yeah, raise hand, how many of you do have vacuum robots? Those use AI systems behind. They scan your house, they track your behavior, they know where do you leave the house so they can clean for you, they know when you sleep so they don't do noise in order to disturb you, so you sell them later on eBay, right? Okay, so the approach and the relationship between humans and robots is quite complicated. It traces back to the very first communities, and I would like to mention here briefly the etymology. The term robot is of Slavic origin. It comes from robota. It was coined by Karel Čapek in 1921 on text for a dramatic play. It was called Rur, Rozumovi univerzalni roboti. Then it penetrated almost every world language. Now it's being used in either English, German, Arabic, Mandarin, etc., as original Slavic word. And here the scary part is that the root word is robota, which eventually is extracted from rob. So a robot is slave for us. From the very conception of the idea to have a smart machine, we put that machine as a subject to our order and exploitation. Nowadays, there are companies who would pay to these LLMs and say, okay, here you $300, you hire people online to create a solution for me, and then give me back $600 in 2 weeks. We have this unfair, unhuman approach to AI, and for now it's okay because we are safe behind the screen, talking with ChatGPT. Being polite or unpolite won't change a lot. But when it comes to physical AI, robots are like pets. They must be domesticated, and they will eventually return back the behavior and treatment you gave them, right? So if you treat pets well, they will be your friends. If you treat them in an evil way, they can become your enemy. So we can choose between assimilating physical AI into our enemies or domesticating in a fair way to be part of our home. Do we have a mic?
Yes.
Okay, please.
Hello. Do you think AI take the all engineering in the 10 years?
Sorry, can you please try to answer the question first I made? If you have a robot in home, a humanoid robot,
Yes.
okay, in the form of a human, how would you treat it? And what will be the major fear related to it?
Probably he will help my homework.
Homework. It will do your homework, so you can clean the house?
Yes.
Okay, okay, okay.
Can I ask my question?
Okay, go. The question is to some of the panelists. Kate?
Yes, Kate.
Okay, please go.
Do you think AI replaced all engineering, especially computer science?
It's hard. It's a hard question to answer. I don't have the answer. However, and this goes back to, you know, what jobs do we need? Jobs will have to evolve in a way that there is a synergy between what robots, what AI can do, and what humans can do. I don't think we're going to be completely replaced, but what you did last year as an engineer is not going to be the same with what you do in 2 years as an engineer. So the jobs, the skill sets need to evolve, and we take away some of the very basic tasks that are, you know, the junior tasks, yes, but we have to replace our skill sets, even as engineers, with something that AI either cannot do or AI we don't want it to do because it's not there yet in terms of you know, how it thinks. We as humans have different processes that are going to be hard to replicate as with AI long term. And I think we are uniquely capable of understanding the human needs better than AI can and anticipating them. So our job will not be to necessarily do the coding, but it will be to respond to what is the problem we're trying to solve. So if you want to call that prompt engineering, that's its simplest form, but I think there's a lot more that goes into that. That requires a skill set, it requires prior knowledge, it requires understanding being human, which I don't think AI will be able to do for a very long time.
True.
Thank you.
Other questions from the audience? Please, students from behind, please use this opportunity to have these experts from various fields here on stage to address any of the doubts you have. Anyone? Okay, if not, I will go with the final round. And this question for all of you, I will start with Dr. Cekic. If you had to give one single advice to young people, entrepreneurs, engineers, companies, students in Macedonia about our AI future, what that should be?
So basically, we've already mentioned that. Kate already addressed that. So the things are going to be transformed in another way. So as per the question, I would say that I would go to the definition of engineer, first of all. What is an engineer? Because you asked. So an engineer is someone who is solving problems. AI is not solving problems. AI is the technology or the tool that can be utilized or not in order for something to be sorted out or solved. So going back to the question, I would say that we need to use the current potential for doing the heavy lifting by utilizing AI. So my advice would be, guys, use everything that you have in your hands right now, because most of the thing is free. And we also need to consider that whatever we have right now in Macedonia is also available through the globe, across the globe. Which means that now is the time when we need to build the competitive advantage, and the time when we need to do the upskilling by using and leveraging this technology in order to build something awesome and solve problems. Because AI in solving problems is probably 10%. We didn't go a lot, in different direction from what was the initial problem, and that was how and what we're gonna solve. And then how we're gonna solve it by using the technology and stuff like that. And I would also like to mention that the AI is here to amplify us, which means I will go back to the question if there are some questions, and there is one buzz in the industry, if the university is really necessary right now. Do we have to learn, or do we have to go through all these years of learning and so? So if AI is amplifying the things and we don't learn, how are we gonna be amplified? What we gonna amplify? We're gonna probably amplify the uncertainty. We're gonna amplify something that is not right. So now is the time that we stick to the fundamentals and we learn the fundamentals and then amplify them and be in a competitive advantage and try to conquer the things that we have as a challenge.
Great. About the amplification. We have a joke in Ohrid. When we say, may God help us, we might think what we are doing so God can help us. If we are doing nothing, it will just amplify the nothing. We must do something so we can use AI in order to augment our activities. Kate, please, the same question. Single advice to the youth here and also the rest, but this technology is the design tool for the future, and the future is not being predicted, but is being created. How can they create the future using AI?
I think we're in a unique opportunity, especially in Macedonia, because we're still a society in development. And there are societies that are a lot, very established, and it's much harder to change processes that are already established. We're in built, so what I think the potential here is to leap over decades of being held back and just go straight into the future. AI and all these technologies are democratizing the opportunities for the entire world. And it's actually impressive that we're mostly probably Macedonians here, and we're having a very sophisticated conversation in English, which means we have potential and capability that I think supersedes a lot of other nations. So we should recognize that. We should recognize the opportunity, respect it, and respectfully build strategies. So one thing that I am doing right now is I'm trying to start a modern way to approach how we, or an AI way to approach how we experience museums and historical culture, how we approach art. And there are so many other ideas out there, needs, that we need to recognize and create a mission out of it. How do I harness my knowledge, the people around me, and AI in order to leap ahead and create something innovative? And I think that's where we can also provide competitive advantage, but also where I think we're on the path for Euro integration or just being some sort of a player in the Balkans. I think we have a ton of potential to harness this technology to become that player that has that leads in innovation using AI.
Great, thank you very much. Maya, as a professor and friend of robots, a single piece of advice to our youth.
Thank you. Well, I use that, I do that actually every day with my students. Actually, I see one of my students here who is at the end of his studies now, and I tell it to all. It breaks my heart when I hear the boy says, "I hope AI will do my homework," because it's not the point. We should outsmart AI, and we should use our intelligence in order to predict, but not predict, maybe create what AI is going to do further. Especially as a mechanical engineer, there is so much potential in that thing. So AI is not only using ChatGPTs for everyday things, but something much more of that. So I'm not usually used to talking about it, actually doing it every day with my students. So yeah, I say that to them every day, to not use ChatGPT to make the things easier, but to make themselves more smarter, actually.
Yes.
And I think that N99 will do the job for that, because we're living here in Macedonia where they have no opportunities, no big opportunities to see that and meet that physical AI, but N99 will change the perspective of that, I hope.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
I also believe, and we are already doing that, thank also to you. I also share the belief that if AI is better than us in anything, it means that we are not good enough.
Exactly.
And we shouldn't be afraid if ChatGPT writes homework. We should be afraid of the misuse eventually. And here comes the final word of the minister today. Macedonia is on a good way in order to implement actively, strategically AI. We might be behind in relation to some European countries, but it's never too late, and we must stay on the same table with the big players. Although we are a small country, these technologies are affecting every human being on planet Earth, and it doesn't matter whether you live in United States, Germany, or Macedonia. Everyone should have the same access to the technology. This is the part of the democratization of technology. This is something which must become a commodity, like e-health, like e-government, like e-society. AI shouldn't be only for the elites, shouldn't be only for the rich. This augmentation of human potential should be equally available and accessible for all. So, Minister, please, a single piece of advice for the youth in Macedonia in regards to all the questions we addressed today.
There were fantastic comments by the other panelists. I would maybe sum them up in one thing, that I would say get used to instability. So the job that your parents had for 35 years, probably you won't have a job for the same job for 35 years. The skill that your parents used for 35, 40 years as a work skill, probably you will need it 1 year, 2 years, then you will need to evolve. Things change, and that's not always a bad thing, but you have to get used to instability. So stability is something that we should forget about in this domain. So the technology is disruptive, AI is disruptive, it's creating chaos, and we all have to live with it professionally. And that is a thing that is here to stay. So instability is here to stay. If we utilize instability, then we can make progress, we can do innovation, we can do startups, then there is potential. If we think that we should find a job and stay in that same job with the same skills for the next 40 years, that would be a mistake for 99% of the population. Maybe 1% that will go in academia will probably stay as professors or as researchers, but their roles will change dramatically as well. So get used to instability.
On behalf of N99 Technologies, I would sincerely thank our distinguished panelists, again, Minister Stefan Andonovski, Kate Upevce-Potter, Ljubko Jurgiev, Dr. Miodrag Čekić, and Professor Dr. Maja Načkova. Please. Thank you also to the owner and founder of N99 Technology, Mr. Sefer Tsanovsky, for hosting this event and also to all participants in the audience. You're free to join us in informal chat after this session, and please stay for the second panel, which is interesting as this one, guided by my colleague, Professor Kira. Thank you very much.
Pet minuti pauza, продължуваме со National Security and Cyber Defense.
So let me introduce myself first. I'm full professor at Military Academy General Mikhailo Apostolsky in Skopje, under the University Goce Delchev Štip, and of course under the in every aspect of modern living as well in technology. Computer networks and computer systems nowadays, starting from the physical layer to application layer, are in each sense touched by AI tools and applications. So that's why we are living also in cybersecurity, this new era of different kind of cyber attacks, different kind of vulnerabilities, different kind of risks that are AI-based. We are living in a time where we are using the new technology with ease. We are all using ChatGPT, Gemini, etc. But we know very little about what's behind that conversation and communication with AI tools. For example, in the traditional way of communication with computer networks, when we are getting some data from the network, we know where is that data and how it comes to us. We know as technicians, for example, the same data that we see, the same data is transferred from one side of the computer network to our side. In AI, it's totally different. The results from the AI tools that we get, the data that we get, is not the same data that on the other side. On the other side, there is a lot of massive data that is processed with modern algorithms, neural networks, deep learning, reinforcement algorithms, reinforcement learning, machine learning. So that's why nowadays, because technology in the last few years is advanced with these modern algorithms and applications, vulnerabilities in cybersecurity are increasing a lot. So today we are talking about digital sovereignty. We are talking about zero trust identification. Today we cannot put border of the data that is protected, and we know that border where is, and we know that the data is protected. Now it's a little bit mixed up with AI tools because, as I said, a lot of data is behind, analyzed, processed with new modern algorithms, and as a result we get data that is on other side as a result of this processing. So we are talking now in cybersecurity about adversarial attacks. We are talking about prompt injection attacks, attacks that are trying to these AI models fool, to make them give wrong results, to put, for example, authentication on some AI-enhanced machine that will fool the algorithms that are trying to identify the person that is authenticating. So I will cut a little bit here because this topic is very huge and I can talk a lot of more. In today's panel we have first expert from Australia. He's online present here. His name is Zait Bayat from Australian company for producing firewalls, and he's product manager of, I think, 1 or 2 years in this company. So, Zait, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, hello, I can hear you.
We don't hear you very well, so you can increase your volume, I guess.
Yeah, is that better?
Now it's much better. Okay.
All right, thanks.
So, Zait, nice to have you here. I will start with, because you're in direct communication with the products of hardware and software services from Australian cybersecurity company that is well positioned for this 11 years existence. And if we look at Gartner, it has really good reviews. And as I can see, you have another in Australia, prize that you got a few days ago, recognition from some Australians competition on a national level. So I will ask you, what is the biggest hurdle in moving a nation from reactive incident response to a proactive posture or resilience?
Yeah, hello, everybody, and yeah, thank you, Kiri, for the introduction. And yes, so when we talk about cyber resilience in general, we often think about the incidents. So when breaches happen, the outages, the attacks, but that framing is already bad, or that's part of the problem. Organizations don't fail because the incidents occur, they fail because they don't see the risk, or they see it too late. So the move from a reactive to a proactive response isn't a technology problem. I think it's more of a visibility and a decision-making problem. And depending on the size of your organization, so if you start small, as you grow, it can just become more problematic if you don't deal with the problem. So operational resilience means the ability to continue delivering, your critical services despite a failure or some compromise. Importantly, it assumes that your failures, like a failure or some breach, will happen. Controls will be bypassed. There's, as you mentioned, 0 days exist, and also people make mistakes as well. So a lot of times there's social phishing or social engineering with phishing emails. That happens all the time. And reactive models, they always assume that we can just prevent everything, whereas resilient models assume that we must detect, we have to adapt, and contain faster than the disruption can propagate. That difference is the assumption that drives completely different architectures. So I think the biggest hurdle, as you asked in your question, to proactive resilience in any organization is fragmentation. So particularly in larger organizations. So when you have fragmented data, fragmented telemetry, ownership, and fragmented response authority. So, for example, you'd have your endpoint signals that would be in one system, your identity and access will be in another, your network telemetry might be somewhere else. And then if you have cloud-based or SaaS deployments as well, that activity might also be sitting outside of your on-premise security service or your traditional security service. Individually, when you have these tools, they're good. So you have good endpoint tools or good identity access tools, and even if they're best in class in that respective domains, there's always they're not designed to work together in real time. So that's the biggest challenge. So when telemetry is siloed and people become the correlation engine, that's kind of where the problem happens. The risk committees have to review incidents one impact at a time, even after it has occurred already. So at this point, we're no longer like managing a risk. Now you're managing the impact of the breach. So you're managing the consequences. And at a large organization where there's, or even at a national scale, the manual correlation, it just, you can't do it. Like the attackers just work a lot faster, as you mentioned earlier in your opening. And also keep in mind that attackers, they don't operate in silos. They move across every aspect. They move across identity, endpoint, the cloud, and they'll just look for opportunities, to try to get in. And it's usually not detectable. Like it's not easy to detect when they've actually made a breach. So this is where proactive resilience requires detecting these like specific risk trajectories. Always remember that a single, when you see something like a single failed login, then you think, oh, that's just someone that had made an accident. There's a token misuse. Even then, nothing unusual. And even if this unusual execution that may happen somewhere, on your logs, but individually, it's not a problem. But when those converge together, when they happen, sequentially, quick, in a short amount of time, then you can build it together and you can tell a story. This is when you know, okay, this might be an incident and we need to, react to it. So this is where automated telemetry, helps with this. So with AI, with machine learning into visibility into systems, users, identities, and how they actually behave, they can correlate the data and actually help you, to find these signals essentially. A lot of these behaviors, it's not signature based. It's often dynamic. It's different things that happen. It's not static, and it can also be contextual as well. So without automation, it can become overwhelming, and with automation, it ends up becoming foresight. So this is where the modern XDR architecture changes the resilience equation. It isn't just about generating more alerts. It's about getting all that data together across different across endpoints, across identity, the network data, your cloud deployments into a single risk-based incident. When platforms can natively ingest all this data, behavioral analytics, and automatically construct, the attack paths, then your response shifts from alert handling to risk interdiction. So you're not responding to it; you're actually seeing the risk and taking action before it happens. So instead of asking, what happened, you'll be asking about what's about to happen next, and then try to stop it from there. But with automation, there's often a concern. There's often a concern with it, because a lot of times it can be gated with the signals. Automated action doesn't mean that you'd have to the tool will just be able to stop certain services from working. You need a proper containment with it. So isolating the endpoints. So if you find that there's a particular user with their credential that logged in, you just target that specific user and to stop their lateral movement before they can impact some of the bigger services. And this is not a loss of control, that's disciplined and risk-bound intervention. So that's the important distinction here. So just to finish off, resilience doesn't mean one central tool that you're using. It doesn't scale. It doesn't work well that way. You need a shared situational awareness. So that's where these XDR platforms enable this type of resilience, it becomes a property. So not just it's your organizational property, this situational awareness. So to move from reactive response to a proactive protection, organizations must stop optimizing for alerts and start optimizing more for early risk recognition. So those early signs where these things happen. The automated telemetry will give you awareness, and the endpoint detect, the XDR gives you better reasoning about it. So resilience comes from acting confidently before the disruption can actually happen. The future of national cyber resilience isn't about stopping every attack, because as we know, it's not about if the attack happens, it's more about when. So it's about seeing that risk early and making sure and stopping it before it actually happens.
Okay, thank you very much for your detailed answer. I hope we have also here non-technical public, so I hope that some of the final thoughts of Zeit were understood. Just to conclude, so you're talking about extended detection and response. You're talking about end detection and response that should be on edge devices. And just short question regarding this. What are the challenges with AI applications on both sides as a threat and as a tool when we are implementing this proactive defense and proactive incident response?
Yes, so the biggest challenge I feel is that you always, like AI is good for, I find, for a lot of small, almost monotonous tasks, or for correlating large amount of data. But to make decisions about certain things, AI, I don't think it's at that level yet. So when an incident happens and a certain system, becomes vulnerable, and you have to make a decision about what you need to do, that you need, should you isolate this system from your network, possibly causing disruption. So I think the problem is that with AI, we're not at that level yet. You still need humans in the loop to kind of make that decision. I think we are getting there though. And the challenge here is with the attackers, they don't play by the same rules. For them, they'll just, they're not governed by any kind of laws. They just use whatever tools they have available, any new vulnerabilities that come, and they'll use the AI tools to, launch multiple attacks on the organizations. So I think that's probably one of the more bigger challenges that we have.
Thank you very much, Zaid, for your answer. Let us now put a little more room for our other panelists here. Thank you for your answers. We are moving now to Jens Pauli Rasmussen. We are moving from Australia to the other part of our globe in Denmark. He comes from Denmark. He has a deep background in building automation, vision systems to the processing industry, systems that are now part of the critical supply chain. From a Danish and Nordic perspective, how do we balance the sectoral responsibility of private industry with the need for national level digital trust, especially when we are securing the operational technology that powers our infrastructure in our countries?
Yeah, hi. I think I speak a little bit better when I stand. So, maybe you all now expect me to say some romantic Nordic stories with how we blondies are doing things, but not exactly that. So I was thinking a little bit about the question as you were asking, and I have decided to answer it a little bit different. So I will more touch into the mindset and how we are doing things when we are making decisions, and not to come with some nice buzzwords and models here for the screen. So actually, when we're talking, as you mentioned, we are having a private sector, we are having a public sector. And what is key in between that is always lacking is actually the competition. And the competition would be in whatever we're talking about. And we're talking about security. If we just use a general word like hacking, hacking is everything about competition. Everyone wants to be the best, is accelerating all the time, is progressing, is moving, is a new techniques, new something. So it's very much about competitiveness. And if we go to the public sector, we'll not find so much about that, but you'll find competition mainly in the private sector. And that is like where the key point here when we're talking about the balance between the public sector and the private sector. And this is what I will try to focus on. And I have let myself to inspired a little bit from, the triangle, especially within tech, where we say quality, time, and cost. So you say to a client, you decide two of them, and then I'll decide the third one. And I don't know, it came to me last night, so I was thinking about, let me use this because it illustrates very, very well. So if you want something high quality in a very short period of time, I would say, okay, but that will affect the cost, and so on. And so actually, when we talk about security, between public and private, we can use this model where we are having the availability of, it could be data, it could be services, or whatever digital processes we're talking about, the availability, and then we have the integrity. Is the data correct? Is this the correct things? the quality of that. And then we have the confidentiality. And with the confidentiality, if you talk with the public sector, they want the integrity to be 100%, and the confidentiality to be absolutely maximum, but that will affect availability. So it's always a balance between, just like the previous triangle, where's the balance? If you want to have information available, then what about the confidentiality? What about the integrity? When will those be? And we can also have this model, because when we talk about security in the operation, it's all about technology. Yes, it's very much about the technology. Then we have the procedures. The procedures, how it's been implemented, what protocols are. And then we are having the people, because it's people, all of this is built around, because it's making a service or a product for people. People are operating. And very often we are having a model in the public where we will have the best technology. We spend a lot of money on the fancy smanky firewalls system, detection system, and we bring in consultants to make the best procedures, and we spend a lot of money on that. But when we come to the actual people who will operate on this, we spend very little. I have examples, not just here in Macedonia, also up north, where they spend a heck of a lot of money on the system itself. Very smart system, and for consultancy, it was a big part of that budget. But then we came to the local training of the actual users. That was a bare minimum, and that is again the balance. How do we balance these things? And these are the things that we have to always think about. And when we balance this thing, we are having the usability of what we are doing, how easy it is to use, how easy it is to access, and then we are having the security. If we are having high security but low usability, it doesn't serve so much. And we can have it very smart, like smart everything as we're having today, but the security may be compromised. Security is compromised in a lot of IoT today. I see that every day in industrial IoT, where the security is very compromised. But the trick here is the competitiveness. How can we get those two things to work hand in hand? The higher we can get up on that scale, the better we are. And that is like the thinking behind when we are balancing. And you'll see that a lot within the private sector is a little bit difficult to understand it in the public sector. This is very rough, but instead of coming with a nice model, I will say what is a way of thinking and when we are planning. And very short, I think you gave me 600 seconds, maybe that's already left, but I would say when we talk about the governments, the public, the government, they should define the standards. They define the standards on what we are using, and they also give us the communication rails. That's where the most of the security is compromised very often. I can speak a lot about that. And access to valid data. So we need like valid data. When we just like your name, your public registry should be online here. So if you are asking about a person or you're linking two persons, how do you know those two persons? We can't access the public registry in the same way as we can up north. It's very easy up north because everything is online. In order to be on those rails, you have to be approved. And there are systems for that, so everything is contained. If there's a breach, it's easy to contain, and everything is much more logged as it would otherwise. And in that way, you can have a very decentralized system. You will not rely on just one entity. Everything is not in one, so if something fails, it's only a part of it. That is the key wherever we go. But it all comes to the balance, how we balance between those things. And usually you can use a triangle where you set the core things up, and that will impact the whole solution, the budget, and how things are doing. But the forgotten part, as we see over and over again, is I would say the people. And that's the core of the thing that we are having here at 99, that's all about people. We are educating people how to use, because if you look at history, more than 80% of all hacking or disaster has some direct relations to people. We see that over and over again. You can have the very best system, best technology, but it comes to people again, and I can give you a lot of examples, a lot of horror stories, things that goes very wrong with, I would say, the best system we can offer. But again, it's always people, and that's where it really boils down to. If I should mention one thing here, that is people in relation with being competitive. So that's very fast, so thank you, but you're welcome to ask questions. I can go much deeper in any of those details. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I joined your discussion with previous discussion from Zaid, the key remarks are that decentralization and what Zaid mentioned, segmentation, are very important concepts when you are talking about cyber attacks and isolation of attacks on some part of the whole picture, no matter if it is some power grid system or etc.
Look, it's just like in the military, as you come from. You don't plan if something happened. If you plan if something happened, you're not as prepared as if you plan when something happened. You're much more prepared. And the only way of doing that is actually letting things go wrong. You can't test the system otherwise. So shut some things up. What if? Yeah, let's just do it. Test it once in a while, then you'll learn. And you'll very soon see that how vulnerable things are, and that's the way of doing it. Not say if, but when.
Sure. Thanks. Now let's move on to Filip Simonov. Filip is CEO of a big and respectful company here in our country that is making a lot of progress in implementing cybersecurity in companies. So Filip has a lot of experience in that field. So I will ask you, what is the most common blind spot that you are discovering when assessing the actual resilience of critical infrastructure against modern cyber attacks?
Thank you for your invitation. Just a second. About the blind spots that we are discovering all the time are people, definitely, because we are saying there is no patch for human stupidity. We can patch everything, but human stupidity is not patched. So regarding the blind spot that we are discovering in the technical part, are definitely we are dividing it 4 pillars. It's coming from critical infrastructure. This is operational technology, health, telecommunication, water supply. And there are a lot of legacy systems, there are a lot of SCADA, which, I don't know, maybe more than 20 years is not patched. No one catch it, no one patch it, no one. So also regarding the blind spot in these technologies and clients that we are faced are visibility, completely visibility. Visibility is the most important part, as you mentioned that yes, we have to provide the technology, process everything, but the visibility cannot be bypassed from the hackers. It's very important for the company that works in the cybersecurity and the company that want to invest in cybersecurity and to provide complete visibility, full visibility. Because if you have some kind of sensors, some kind of sniffers in your network, you can detect as you mentioned, you can detect in the beginning the malicious activities, and can stop the spread in the beginning. So, but no one, especially in this region, no one knowing this, and no one want to invest. They see that as a cost. Is not aware about this. Yes, we are talking. We educate our customer. We educate our future customer. But believe me, very difficult. When you come to the budget, everything's gone. So The blind spot also is budget that we talk about. The budget is the blind spot also.
From your answer, I'm seeing cybersecurity awareness, lack of cybersecurity awareness trainings
Yes,
on a
we don't have
big
audits.
scale in our country.
We don't have audits on the people. We have audits on the technical side, because if you see that you have, I don't know, maybe 1 month ago training for security awareness, and after 3 months you have another, and after that you have a test with some phishing scenario, you fail. So that I'm saying, the reason I'm saying there is no patch for human stupidity.
Thank you very much. Let us move now to my colleague, Professor Scientist Metodi Hadjianev, also general in our army. He's also consultant in CRDF Global. Dear Metodi, I will ask you, your work often touches on the legal complexities of hybrid warfare. As we integrate AI and autonomous systems, pillars of this very summit, how do we maintain legal and ethical accountability to automated defensive actions?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, because I have several assumptions. I am a professor, I am an ex-commanding officer, and I actually am a lawyer. So that means I can talk too much. How much time do I have so I can actually tailor the...
How much you like?
Okay. If I can use the prerogative that my colleague used, just to showcase that one of the most important things in cybersecurity is to be adaptive, right? So I can stand and speak of this. Thank you very much. Because I feel much comfortable when I stand and I speak. So before I start, I'll tell you a story about cybersecurity, how I got involved and how I understand cybersecurity, and we'll touch to the legal part to explain the hybrid threats, to explain everything what is basically we are talking about. And I try to use simple words. When I was in the United States using first time in 2005, 2006, there was a cyber warrior program at the Air Force. At that time, they were the leading. So there were students with me from the Gulf countries, and they were wealthy, and they had the higher standards than the rest of the students. The problem was that the school implemented the standards for everyone, and then we have the IMSO officer, who was a very nice lady, but a little bit big. And just because she was pushed too much by the students from the Gulf, they saw that they believed that they had the prerogative to a higher standards. They pushed her too much to overcome with her adaptability and allowing them to go to their standards. One day, she wrote a letter, and she says, I'm a very nice and gentle lady. However, I can go from 0 to beach in 5 seconds. So the things in cybersecurity can go from 0 to beach in 5 seconds. And I'll explain how, and I'll build these pillars, and I'll come to the legal parts. Now, we talked about very, very high-level, high-end topics, which are very relevant, and I will challenge some of them. I'll challenge to explain how hybrid threats are coming and how hybrid threats are problematic. One question, very simple. How many of you are using WhatsApp, Viber, and Signal, right? Okay. How many of you now, when I send you a picture, have not adapted your social apps to not directly send this picture to your hardware? Like when I send you a picture, it usually goes to your phone. If you haven't checked all the credentials. Does this happen? Okay. Keep that thought in mind, okay? Keep that thought in mind. Now we're going to go to a little bit higher level about talking about hybrid warfare now and about those things. Hybrid warfare is not new warfare. It's a thing that basically exploits all the vulnerabilities that exist and that are coming in one society. And these vulnerabilities are top-down, they are bottom-up, but they are also unidirectional. That means that they scratch upon all the aspects of the society. One very simple hybrid threats, if you all recall, were the so-called fake bombs alert, right? Now everybody will say, well, we are not sure. Well, but think of this. This could be a reconnaissance how the system will react. If I say in a school there is a bomb, everybody from the society, from the public sector, from the private sector, will go and jump to pick up their kids just because the schools were not ready. They didn't have proper incident response plan, just how to react. And then you see how the system is collapsed in 12 o'clock during the rush hour. Everybody is running to pick up their kids from the school, right? It's very simple, very simple attack. But then consider also that all of your data, all of your private data, are in an institution that are not really protected from the cyberspace perspectives. And that is some institutions like health funds, right? And then you have institutions that say, yes, we have a security clearance of this, of that, and that. You go to the intelligence agency, you go to the secret service, etc., and they all have a kind of secrets, right? Very good, very strongholds, guardian, etc. But then, if I am an attacker, I will always think that I will go on a low-level resistance, and this is where all the data are. So if I hack the health system, and if I somehow get into the contact, I can know everybody's phone number, first of all, everybody's name, surname, where they come from, where the money comes from for the insurance, right? Where they work, and with all of the fancy words now, AI, I can have a very good, quick analytics, right? That can portray who comes from where, who works where, even, I cannot, you imagine, because you will understand how far I can go with these vulnerabilities, right? So, very good, very good. Now consider that the triangle that our colleague showed here, that's people, processes, and technologies, right? Okay, that's very important. So we have now these processes, we have people, and we have these technologies. Recently, Anthropic said, okay, we developed this Mythos AI agent who is very capable to exploit all these vulnerabilities. But just because of the threats that we can exploit, all of this, we can put a hold on this because we would like to be ethical. This goes to the part of the ethics, right? And not giving it because it will open the problems and it will exploit these vulnerabilities. And these vulnerabilities can come, like imagine this situation, very simple. If you want to exit, let's create this scenario. We want to enter this room or this building and go directly to Mr. Sefer, who is not here now, to Mr. Sefer's office, and let's imagine that he has the key to authorize everything, to authorize money transaction, to sign everything, etc., etc. But as everybody mentioned here, there are layers of security, and this needs to be decentralized, etc., etc. Well, keep that thought in mind, because what happens now with these AI agents, many companies will remain vulnerable, and they will not be able to provide proper protection. So that means everybody will start moving to this cloud security because zero trust, right, security is rightfully, is pushing toward that direction. And that direction is that we have like a key, master key holder of all the credentials and all of the protections, right? And this is the zero trust. Trust no one, verify everything. Very good. Let's go back to our story now, entering this. So that means if I want to enter this room, there will be a smart guy or a smart system, that's a people and technology, that will follow certain procedures. So I have to have some checks, security checks, and if I am the right person, if I have the right credentials and everything else, he or she, the guard, will let me in, right? To go, and depending on my level of allowance, I can go in the first floor, second floor, or I can go to the top, directly to Mr. Sefer's office, and I have a key from his office and signature to sign things and to make the decision, right? That's how zero architecture works, and that's the scary part from this Mythos. This is why they didn't want it, because it will explore these vulnerabilities, and it will go from zero to beach in 5 seconds. Guess what? Last month, Palo Alto was hacked. They still don't know who hacked them. They believe that they are a very strong system. They're a very strong system that actually protects the firewalls, that has this master key that can actually breach the processes, can, like, imagine me coming with a magic stick and just say to this security officer. So all the processes, he also recognized me. I pretended he also recognized me, and all the processes. And I have not just the key from the first and second floor, but I have a key from Mr. Sefer's office. And I go directly there because it's assumed I don't need to hack anything else. That's what happened to Palo Alto, to their firewalls, because they got hacked. They received what they called root level arbitrary code execution. I had to write it down because it's very complicated for me to understand what happened. I'm joking, okay? So what they were able to attack was physical, the hardware and the software. So they were in. The problem with this is they are telling us that they are working on this, but they still haven't found the right patch for the breach that they got. That means very dangerous things. Now we're having process that everybody's moving or monopolizing this toward one direction, and then we are having a problem that there are already hackers that are over there that they can send a package of data that can hack this. So this is a problematic. Why I'm saying and how is this problematic with the legal terms? Consider now what's going on with the war with Iran. America, let's say United States, can in military terms destroy Iran. The problem is that they have processes, that they have speed bumps, and they have inside political terms. So what our colleagues, some of the panelists already said, the arbitrary or the people that are actually adversaries, they don't play by the rules. And the rules here basically are problematic because all the rules we are having are designed for the physical world, not for the digital world. The physical world, the assumption comes from the social contract theory. And this is either horizontal, it's a vertical, either top-down or bottom-up. Either the government can actually be very strong, you have an authoritarian regime, or you have a democracy where people are the sovereign, but it's vertical. The digital world we are living, even in cyberspace, is horizontal. Everyone that you are sitting can be an actor, and in this network can have an impact, depending on the ability of how you can exploit processes, people, and technologies. Now let's go to how I can get to this magic stick. Imagine me, remember the story of WhatsApp, zero-click attacks, etc., etc. You will now understand. If I send you a picture, and if the drivers of Mr. Sefer, who is a trusted person, right, is not aware of this, and I send him a picture, hey, listen, look at the secretary's photo here and there, and he will just open the picture, or his phone is not set. That I mean that I am in his phone. That means I have his credentials, I have his identity in a way stolen, right? So now I'm trusted guy for Mr. Sefer. Wherever I send to Mr. Sefer, he will trust me, and this is how I can be into Mr. Sefer's phone, right? So I'm not telling you anything else. Ministers actually have to resign based on this few years ago, and it's not everywhere, it's in the UK, okay? You can check on this, and you can count on this. So you will see now how things can go from 0 to breach in 5 seconds, very low level, and this goes to the triangle that our friend showed here. Where is the legality here? It's a very problematic. NATO in 2015 said, yes, we will consider cybersecurity as a warfare domain. Many countries rightfully developed cyber warrior, cyber commands. The problem is that you cannot really execute this. How I know this? Albania, when they were attacked in 2022, they went to NATO and said, hey, listen, can you guys come and help us and activate Article 5? They said, well, we understand that assuming attacks coming from Iran, but we don't have enough legal evidence that can qualify this or can trick the armed response to this. Meaning, even though there are some models, Professor Michael Schmidt worked on this with a team of legal experts to develop how you can actually go with an instrument-based approach to evaluate whether an attack can be considered as an armed attack or it can be considered as a act of crime. Then the problem with AI now goes with another analogy that I can give you. Recently in North Macedonia there was a bear attack. So the bear caused a lot of incidents, etc. They found a problem because they cannot sue the bear. They know what bear actually did this, but they cannot sue the bear. So now if an AI actually committed this, who are you going to sue? Now, there are options with EU AI Act that actually try to push this to companies, right? But this actually created already a friction in geopolitical terms. US is not really in line with the traditional alliance, European Union, about over-regulating things in AI. So when I say this, we're going to have to think now how we can change all of these approaches. Just to sum up, going from zero to beach in 5 seconds and from zero to maximum will require to reconsider all the concepts of the security, how legally and what legal threshold do we have, how we can actually, like our colleague here implied, not be forensic guys, but in advance thinking how we can actually prevent things. And in the military, we used to have a saying, you cannot learn things if you're not trying. It's a very, how to say, maybe inappropriate, but I will take the courage to say, we were saying you cannot learn sex by reading erotics. You have to try it. So you have to try, you have to practice this, you have to exploit these processes. And this is how we can see how the legal problems, how the operational problems, how the procedural problems, and how technology and people vulnerabilities can come out and what will be the solutions. I'll stop here and we'll be ready to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Now, not to talk just us, let's move to the public. I will ask the public, how many of you are using ChatGPT or Gemini in your everyday activities? Please raise your hands. Thank you. So most of you are using Gemini and ChatGPT, but are you aware that when you're sending some sensitive information to ChatGPT prompt or Gemini, your private information, personal identification number, etc., or some information from your company where you work, in the same time, it's like you're sending an email to someone that you don't know. When you're putting whatever you want on ChatGPT, it's the same like sending an email to an unknown email account. So we are talking here about one of the emerging risks in cybersecurity, AI risk, that is called shadow AI. Shadow AI is when you're using AI and it's like a black box. You don't know, it's not explainable AI tool. You don't know where your data are going on the network. And I will move now on the second part of this discussion here to my colleagues to talk about your experience about this new AI risk. And also this is connected with emerging implementation of new standards and regulations in cybersecurity, like ISO 42001. That's a totally new concept because we are talking here about AIMS in the ISO 27K standard that is still ongoing. The last version was 4 years ago updated, the previous in 2013. So they're updating about 10 years around every new standard update. But nowadays, ISO 27K standard that have 93 security controls to totally secure one computer network system, it's not enough. We are talking now about additional standard that is AIMS based and it's tackling new AI risks just like the one that is the most broad in the whole world now. Go ahead with this second part of the topic. Who wants to start?
What we really tend to forget
totally new models, to totally new ways of doing things. You mentioned something very, very interesting with factories, for instance, the PLCs, SCADA. That is wide open still today. They have a factory have maybe 100 PLCs. They have software that's never been patched. It was 20 years old. It's totally wide open. You can go to factory, not just factory, everywhere where they have simple automations. That's totally wide open. Then you have our new world here, which is the smart world. We have a smart light bulb from IKEA or something. They all use ESP32, the processor, stuff like this. It's very easy to hack. And when we have all these little devices that are quite open, then you have your little fortress, but you can enter into the first gate, second gate, because now you're already inside. The company that you want to penetrate is having a nice security system, but if you can access factory floor, you can do a lot of damage, but you're inside. It's much easier to hack from the inside, right? The same if I want to access your computer. WhatsApp is one thing, but I want to access your children's computer because they are very close to your network, right? But what makes the new time here so difficult is that with AI, the way of doing this is totally new. Because we're talking about pattern. When you want to have an alert, someone is trying to do something. That is because we identify a pattern. Just like a failed login, as was mentioned. If we have 10 failed login, it's like a flag is being raised. You know, that's very simple, very generic. But the new AI talks computer language, which we don't do. We have user interfaces, right? And we don't speak that. We have an interpreter, but they don't have. They speak native language, native code. And therefore, they can speak in a totally different way that we never will understand. And they will have new pattern that will be very difficult for other machines also to recognize. Because it's all about what do we want? We have to tell the machine you have to raise an alert if you see this. But now we will move into the area where we are having AI to define the alert for us because we can't know what type of an alert we're talking about. And with the factory stuff like that, geopolitics is all about, you know, you can mess with all traffic lights, for instance, to make a chaos, right? Because when you want to attack, you make a problem somewhere, and the focus, just like the magicians, he shows you something here. Look at the teddy bear here, but the magic goes over here that you don't see, right? And that is what they call. And up north, there have been a lot of research been done, talk about like PLC factory stuff like that. The question is not how many are compromised. The question is who's not compromised, because this has been a long process, and we talk about the intelligence community. It's all about to put small code inside, and then just to have it. It may be dormant for years, but when you use it, then you're inside, right? And it's not just the phones, the computers, it is all the gadgets around, and we intend to forget that part, which is very, very critical. I can give you many, many examples on how people have, and also when people are having secure networks, they're also all the time compromised, again and again, because just like on a factory, you're having a secure network. Goes fast, worked very well. We saw that on a factory trawler for 100 million euros. But when there was a game, football match, and everybody wants to see the football match live, live from Premier League, which network do you think they used for that? And then they used the factory network, and then something was compromised, but no one thought about it. But the breach, which was seen, came months later. It was just to enter, store something, and then wait.
Yep. Of course. I would like to add regarding this discussion. Yes, AI. I'm happy that at this moment AI, yes, it's very powerful, and as you mentioned, Mythos is developed to be powered. But I'm happy that still the AI doesn't know how to make lateral movement. They will find vulnerability, yes, they will find vulnerability, they will compromise the system, but we'll stop here. But after that, you need the human in the loop to continue to spread this kind of attack. So also, we are coming to, also we as company cannot bypass this AI and everything, and we are trying now to develop something different with the AI. But in the defensive perspective, who will be winning? AI or AI? Because AI will be attacked and AI will be defended. So in this war will be very interesting because AI will be produce attack, AI will detect and defend. So we will see. We are trying to make research about defensive tactics and techniques and procedures in order to see what is the pattern that AI used for the.
I can give you crazy examples because we have tried with the AIs when you have two different models and doing the same things, and one is about to do something better, and we tell, okay, we're going to use this model. The other AI will start, no, wait, I can do better, and actually they will start to compete against each other. Yes, exactly. And take that to a higher level. Where are we there? They will start to compete in a different way that we have. And when you talk about the human level, we are close again to that, because when you breach into the health record, for instance, it doesn't have to be human, it's an AI. Why does it do that? Well, it is for profiling, right? It's profiling. You have a couple of other things because this AI wants to do something, and when it wants to do something, it uses humans, because now we have a profiling, and now I just want to access this human. We can create fake profiles that they communicate with, or we'll make sure that you'll see news items and other social media posts that will move your mindset in one direction. It's conditioning. Move step by step by step, and after a time, AI have enough people to move in one direction that it can start having those people to do what the AI otherwise would not do, right? It's not just machine to machine. How can you impact a human brain? You're hacking the human brain, and now you get a person to do something this person thinks is the right thing to do. The person will do something which he believes is good, but actually it's a long chain of decision carefully planned 3-4 years ago, and now you do something horrible wrong for your nation, but you think you're doing the best of interest because you have been conditioning to do something, and now it just needs a trigger for you to push or turn something off, right? It's a very scary scenario. It's for a movie almost, but
yes. It is a scary scenario. This is why NATO is now developing the so-called cognitive warfare concept, where basically is trying to address these issues, and they're very, concerned, because this goes from all this disinformation by diluting people to believe in something to a very decision-making chain of commands things. But going back to your question, maybe I would like to ask the audience, who pays for your work? Because once when you write the ChatGPT or whatever you use, you are training the agent, right? For free. I don't know if you know this, because you are training the agents, and you are working for free. So that's some legal gap that we need to consider, okay? And then the second thing is, you know that these data, once when they are hacked, there is, you've heard the term money laundering, right? There is now a new buzzword that is data laundering that goes on the dark web, where basically people go there, companies, people, but also agents are there to buy a data from you. Why? Because they learn your vulnerability, your brain of thinking. So they say, okay, I want this data, I want this, I will buy this data for this. And they go like an auction to buying this data, because everything you type there, it's a digital footprint that you left inside. And I remember back in the days, there was a movement, I want to delete me, because they wanted to delete from the internet. Nope, you are there, like it or not, everything you typed, everything you said, it can be profiling, you can be profiled, it can actually reflect your emotion and so on. And what my colleague said that Internet of Things are scary, yes, they are. They even prove that they can hack the solar panels. If you don't trust me, check what happened.
Not hackathon, it used to be
Yes,
hackathon.
yes. Go check what happened to France and to Spain. And there is a very good EU study, journal research, that they prove that they can actually hack these solar panels. Just so that you know how things are complicated.
The biggest army in the world is a botnet.
Exactly.
Thank you very much for this great discussion. We can talk a lot of more on this subject, but I think
how long?
I think that we are nearly at the end of this panel because there is another panel soon. So to conclude, the topic was national resilience and cyber defense. I will conclude that every new technology is good for development of the country and society, but in the same time, every new technology is a great challenge for securing the society and state. So we must move on and be in touch, in the same step with this new technology and protect it from the adversarial attacks, from new kind of attacks that are now ongoing, prompt ejection, etc. Thank you for your attention and see you on the next opportunity.
Hello. All right. Okay. Hi, everyone. First, before I start, let me introduce myself. My name is Dime Galapchev. You will be seeing me around N99 often. I am heading ThinkUp, which is an AI company from Macedonia that is building AI systems to automate government agencies and regulated industries. So for me, it's a really great opportunity here to ask some questions to people who are kind of involved in different parts of the economy and in the ecosystem, and how is their take on the revolution that we are taking now. Before I go and let them introduce themselves, let me just say that Macedonia needed a tech park 2 decades ago. We were praying in our bed for many years, all of us tech founders, and now we are very happy that we already have it, because there must be a place where all technology, brains, and economy comes together in order to exchange their principles and values. Before we start, as I said, I'm going to let one by one introduce everybody on our panel right now. I cannot say everything for them, except that they are all respective on high positions in their field. So please introduce yourself. Max.
Okay, then I will start. Hello, my name is Maximilian Föhlinger. I'm coming from Austria. I have different hats. Yeah? So on the one hand, I'm also invested in some AI ventures. On the other hand, my main profession is consultant. I'm mainly implementing projects for international institutions like World Bank, Caribbean Development Bank, EBRD, you name it. And also what I really enjoy is still, once you're bitten by the bug, teaching on some universities. So I'm still giving lessons on economics.
I expected you to introduce me, but okay,
No.
I'll do that myself. Although I know that
Everybody knows you, so.
Anyway, I'm Vesna Nevska, the Minister of Education and Science, and I'm in charge of education, but also for science, and that's why today I'm here in this ecosystem N99, and I'm very happy to be here, and thankful for inviting me to this panel. Thank you.
Hi everyone. First of all, I want to say a major thank you to N99 for this incredible park and the opportunity for the youth, but also for everybody who's involved in the education and tech. Back to the topic, my name is Monika Rizovska-Tanevska. I'm Global Director for over 70 countries around the world for Women in Tech. I'm also Chapter Ambassador for our country, Macedonia. And I'm also responsible for AI Collective, another community devoted for creators and tech.
So good afternoon to everybody. I'm Jordan Dimitrovski. I'm the president I'm president of MASIT. MASIT is an association, Chamber of Commerce of the information and computer technologies companies. Also, I'm the CEO of Phitonics, one of the leading IT companies in Macedonia. And I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate to N99 Park on this new space that really can contribute to develop of the sector and create new opportunities either for the business and for the new talents that will work on in this technology park.
Okay, thank you. So I'll be asking now each one of them, and we're going to go through what I always want to explore somebody's mind and brain, and that is when there is some new topic, some more sensitive theme, how they see it from the perspective, also what I joke is on the ghost of the Christmas past, but how they see it, new changes in society and economy of their experience in the past, what they are doing right now in the present according to their experience, and what they will think they will need to do in the future to adapt so they can adapt and implement these new revolutions much quicker, because time is always the thing that everybody will adopt AI, everyone will automate in 50, 100 and 200 years. The winners will be those that will do it first. So on this topic, I'll start with Max, and I will the question is, what is your experience with smart automation of tasks requiring human reasoning? Because we automated a lot we have bulldozers, we have printing machines, so we have automated a lot of tasks in the last couple of 100 years. Right now we are entering the age of automating human reasoning, the human brain decisions. So if we are looking this not from a private sector per se as well, but more of a economy on a government state, and if governments of emerging economies knew that AI transformation is coming 10 years ago. So let's say Macedonia was 100% knew that this transformation will be happening in 10 years from now. What they could have done to prepare themselves, so when the transformation comes, they are the winners out of it.
Okay, let me just start with one example. Around 25 years ago, we had the situation that there was this economic bubble, the AI bubble. Yeah? So this then resulted in a big regulation, in a big to protect the market from interventions. And when I talked to European Union, why you are regulating AI that dramatically, they said, well, we want to avoid that we have the same bubbles than in 2000. Yeah? So what we see here is we are not believing in the power of markets. I'm an economist, and as an economist, I always believe in the power of markets. And this will refer to the following point. We have not the problems that we had in 2000 in Europe. There were not that many companies were going bankrupt. But on the other hand, we don't have an Amazon, we don't have a Google, we don't have these big companies which were coming out of this problem that there was in 2000. We should not make the mistake to preserve an economy that anyhow will change already. There will be, and this is the students in here, is your job will be completely different in 10 years than the job is now. You have to reinvent yourself more often than it was previously. Yeah? And some of the tasks that you are now learning to do, you still have to know it because you have to judge how the AI will solve it, but it will not be the case they are doing these things on your own. Just think back when there was the calculator, which changed the engineering. So they were with the sticks to do the calculation. It made it easier, but it hasn't removed the knowledge that you still have to do some calculations. This will be the same thing in social science. AI will help you, but it will not replace you. That's for my 5 cents on this question.
All right, thank you. I'll talk to you later about it. Minister, please, I want to get your opinion. Probably you have been previously in the medical field, right? So medical field, for those who should know, like the military was one of the first adopters of AI many years ago. Before we had these chatbots, AI has been around for a long time, just not in this general intelligence form. Taking into account all of that, looking at the past, what do you think, which programs we have missed that we could have added in the education, both high school and lower, but as well as college, where in this day of age we could have had a generation that is more advanced and leading the way into developing these new ways of how, let's go into your field directly, in the medical field, how to recognize but also predict illnesses as well as any kind of damage to the human body. Because right now we are moving slowly from reactive to proactive as well medicine. And our schools and engineers are not the leader in this, so we have missed something. What could we have done not to miss this?
Well, first of all, I would like to see something very important. We are a small economy, and everything happening in Africa, Asia, even America influence our economy, so we can't expect that we will be the leaders in AI, for example. But we can be leaders in other fields. Anyway, I don't think that, yes, it is slow, but I don't think that we have missed a lot. AI is not future in our schools and in our economy, and this tech park is reality, that we are doing something and we are doing everything we have to do. For example, because you asked what should we do, and I'll tell you what we have done. For example, in the primary and secondary school, we have done a manual for teachers, parents, and students to use safety AI with pointing some of the risk using tools from AI, for example, ChatGPT, Gemini, or something like that. Then we made few trainings held by the private sector and held by the academy community. We did trainings for teachers to know how to deal with AI. But in higher education, it already exists for many years, especially in the field of cybersecurity. We are a country that will have the regional center for cybersecurity of Western Balkans in the University of Goce Delchev of Štip. And it is a great, a large project with the Macedonian government and the government of United States. So we can do better, we really can do better, but of course we need a lot of support from the private sector, as a state, I say, from the private sector, from the academic community, because as you know, this is a triple helix. Every tech park is triple helix, including science, including private sector, and the state institution. So we are doing our best, and I think that we will go step by step to reach everything we need to reach, because if we don't do that, we'll be forgotten or will be last in the key, and we may not allow that to ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, I agree with you, but since we kind of started most of these programs in the last 5 years, it was reactive, so we were playing catch up with the rest of the world. Right now there are several other revolutions that are ahead of us, so like robotics, quantum computing. These will come in 20 years, 15 years, will be the dominant ones. As a country, should we kind of wait for them to become dominant, so we start reacting on them? Or should we maybe say, like Kurala or Tel say, we missed these ones, but let's now focus on the next ones that are coming and prepare the students. Education from early on, like robotics, quantum should be now a subject in 3rd grade maybe. Is something like this kind of logical for the government of a small country in order to invest? So like Estonia and others in different, where they invested, the generation after 10 years was able to become a leader, not a follower in that sector.
Yes, and I forgot to mention something you asked. Yes, there are small projects in health science for using AI. There are some projects in agriculture to use AI, and of course in our S3 pillars also we use AI. But what I would like to say, I don't think that doctors and teachers would ever be replaced by AI at all.
Nobody will be replaced. It's like it's only a tool to make everybody more efficient. Monica, I know you've been in tech and around those circles a lot, talking especially mostly with people, getting their experiences about. I would like literally your opinion on what is, from everyone that you heard, you've talked, your experience, what are the mistakes that most you've seen companies, private sector, or even organizations, could be government or NGO, everything is an institution at the end, have made in trying to play, to adapt, and how are they taking it now kind of more carefully, the approach to, let's call it transformation in automation. It's not AI. AI is just the tool. It could be anything.
Thank you, Dima, for the explanation. I've been more than 14 years working with communities, and I think the first step towards any kind of change, wherever it's in the business sector, whether it's in the public sector, it's reality check. So the first thing is that we conducted interviews, we conducted surveys, we checked how's the opinion, whether of the knowledge, and the first step is always, guess what? People think that out of 1 to 5, they are around 3 to 4 really good with prompting with AI. Not usage of AI, just prompting. And when we see in the reality field, okay, how is really going that? In the reality, we see that no, they're around 1 or 2. I think it's also, but the first step, again, it needs to be reality check. Like, so people need to know how much really they know AI, like how much they can use at least basics of prompting, because for most of you that prompting is basically the clear communication you give to any kind of learning language model, no matter if it's ChatGPT, no matter if it's Claude, no matter if it's Gemini, right? So when we started to use it, we started first with cooperation with municipalities. We are really happy that we have a huge project now that we are working in Kočani, Kavadarci, Kumanovo, Bitola, and Pehčevo. So we started to do, we saw in the field how much really the necessary, how much people really know. And we are really amazed that over 1,000 people are excited to learn about the usage of AI. And with the help of Ministry of Digital Transformation, we plan to also push it furthermore in order for other people to learn and to adapt with AI. I think the first step is that we have a challenge as a nation with digital literacy. The basic knowledge of internet usage, also the phishing emails. Like we have challenges with people being, cybersecurity attacks. We first need to be digitally literature. I would say, how to say it. We need to know how to use internet. We need to know how to use AI as well. And for that, we need the vast collaboration between the business sector, between the NGO sector, between the public sector, in order to bring the change in our country. When I was recently in South Africa, where over 100 countries, leaders from other countries for tech were there, and they were sharing what's the status in their countries. Trust me, we are a small country, but we are not that bad. Like at the moment, we are practically one of the first countries who promoted to do 24-hour hackathon with AI tools directly with collaboration with Kazakhstan, as the ambassador was here. So we are using other tools, but we are very good in adapting. When you are a small country and when you have little resources, you become very creative. And this is where our power is, and this is where I want to say that even though we are very small, we have really amazing people as SAFER, as this really cool building is. So with the power of just working together, I think we can do furthermore. But the first step is definitely reality check, and then let's see where our strength is and how we can use all the collaborations, all the people that we know in order to build something even more better.
Thank you. Jordan, before we jump to you, because Max has an early flight that he has to catch, we're going to give him just kind of the one last question which I wanted to ask him before he leaves. I wasn't letting him out before that. And you will be talking on the same point. How should we look at the economics of automation and scientific transformation? Because at the start, it's not profitable. It's not, especially if we took a look at the R&D part, the labs, these science, technological, digital labs, however we call them. So there is, at the start, there is some big investment. What would be the economics? When should a smaller and then a larger economy enter this? When the economics make sense?
Just a last statement of mine. I apologize, I have to catch a plane because I'm on a panel tomorrow in Austria. So one of the things is, when you are a small economy, you cannot compete with the big ones. That's relatively clear. Yeah? So for this reason, you must have something where you are specializing in. Yeah. So and you cannot say, okay, we will build the next large language model that will be dominating. You have no chance. This is what we understand. But when you build on these giants, you can make solutions that actually work. Yeah? So specialize, especially when you're just saying, okay, specialize on products, let's say AI in health. Yeah? Or when you are in robotics, let's say robotics in medicine. Yeah? Not get the full basket and say we have to do everything. Concentrate on a field that where your strengths are. And this is always what I recommend to every economy. Build on your existing strengths and not try to compete with somebody where you already have no advantage. Yeah? This is, that's my main message is. And also just look at this. The 6-year-old pupils now in schools, they will be the programmers of tomorrow. Don't make them afraid. Integrate this in the very early stage. Don't be afraid of new technology. Embrace the new technology. There are so many opportunities. When somebody says, oh, it will take away my job. No, it will not take away a job. It will make your job different. But if you're not adapting to it, your job is gone. A graphic designer 30 years ago had a completely different task profile than now. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have to catch a plane. I wish you big success. This is an amazing place that you have. Use it, innovate, and be one of the leaders in a specific field on the Balkans. Thank you very much.
All right, Jordan, your turn finally. So as he said, he's coming from the private sector. And before I ask, just to give this, when you're experimenting with new technology, hurts different when you're a government, NGO, or a private sector. The main difference is that when things go wrong, you spend your own money, so it hurts in the pocket. So risk appliance and risk analysis is much different before embracing new technology and pushing on them, but there is also the risk of not embracing them. So as coming from the private sector, like we are already 50 year, 40 year in this transformation, what are the mistakes of embracing and what are the mistakes of some things that you didn't embrace as a private entity in the last 4 years?
So, in my opinion, first of all, automatization is a natural evolution of technology. And from private sector perspective, it is very important to stay in track, to keep the track especially with the region and the global market and the global companies. Because in the ICT sector, when I come from, there is no borders. The competitiveness comes from different sides of the world, especially from the region. And we see in our cases, in many cases, that many countries in the region invested a lot of money in the technology, in the automatization process, before they invested a lot of money in the digitalization processes, because in order to go from digitalization to automatization, we need to digitalize all our data and put it from from paper to the computer. And then with this all artificial intelligence and all AI tools we are using today, it's very easy to work with this data and to automate all these processes. So it is very important to invest in this technology, and we as MASIT, from our point of view, we are really looking not only to the ICT sector companies, but we are looking broader to the other sectors to try to navigate these companies to invest in the new technologies, in the right technologies, and to adapt all these new technologies, especially artificial intelligence, in all the processes in the companies.
To kind of ask you a follow-up, because every time you try, you adapt, but nothing works from the first time. Like this is the universal rule. The first time, everything breaks down. So if you're thinking as a private company, you need to be ready that out of the 5 different AI things that you're gonna try, 4 of them are not gonna work out. 1 is gonna give value to the company. What is that, let's call it, ratio that you would like what you should be prepared for as a company to invest in? If I'm investing in 5 things and only 5 department I automate, but only 1 really brings value, is that okay? Should we go 3 for 1? How should we approach? Because first experience, it's always bad.
We are not inventing the hot water now, so we are following the examples from the let's say, globally, and yes, we don't success every time in each change, but usually when we start to invest and focus our efforts and resources on this investment, the problem is the investment. The problem comes the companies to get ready and to change their mindset. They need to invest and they need to switch from, I don't know, everyday working style and cycles to adapt to the new changes, especially to this one, technological changes. And we see here a very big gap between the bigger company, or let's say global corporates and big companies in Macedonia, which they are investing already a lot of money in these technologies, because they need to stay competitive with their competitors. And there is a gap between them and the small and medium companies, which are not, how to say, willing to invest in these technologies. They stay more passive. And that's why I said we as Massive, we are trying to encourage these companies. This is the only way how they will survive in the very near future, not in 10 years, not in 20, but in 1, 2, 3 years from now.
So we are coming back to the minister, especially on the topic of education. Like education, like companies, businesses, small, medium, large, they are students for life. Like economy change, politics change a lot. So if you're running a business, working in a business, you're all the time learning, studying how to adapt continuously. So on that side, I know there are several programs that our country is doing. There are several programs some other organizations that are doing. But taking into account your experience by now as minister and previously, what do you think were our wrong approaches into trying to learn to teach small businesses, especially how to adapt more often? Like somebody said, half of our businesses still don't have a website, right? So this is an issue. So whatever we had programs to teach the small businesses in the past 20 years ago, this is not. Apparently they didn't work well. So what do you think we should start focus on the future, not just to educate the students, but to educate the standing economy right now in order to kind of fit better into the global stage?
Thank you for the question. It is connected to the education. It is connected to the education and the learners who are preparing themselves for the market, labor market. That's why I see we must prepare our schools and our universities to deliver knowledge that is appropriate for the new technology revolution and the new labor market, because it is there are rapid changes in the societies and in the labor market. So if we have prepared experts, students, whatever we say they are, professionals, to be involved in the companies working on digitalization, on AR, on innovation. If they are prepared, the effect of their knowledge will be used at the best level. So what we need, perhaps we need AI engineers, security experts, AI security experts. We need, for example, data analysts. well, that's not my field, that's your field, but these are people or professions that must be involved in every company, even in schools, even in agriculture, even in medicine, even in social science, because everything is going to be digitalized. The process should be much faster. Everything must be much effective. Otherwise, we can't make a comparison of our innovations or products or everything we do with the international. We will not be in the line. We will not be productive in the level the global world expects. And we may not risk not to do that. So what I think is our best choice, I already mentioned, but I'll say it again, the smart specialization with our 6 pillars, to focus on it and then to provide experts that we need for the future. Thank you.
Can I add something here? So
Yes.
that's why I think the technological park like this are very good opportunity to put in one place the academic community, the business community in one place, and to share information together, to know as fast as they can which business sector, what kind of professionals are needed. So that's why I want to encourage also the government to invest in more technological parks like this, because not only the education, but in non-formal education, especially in the technology, is very important, because technology is changing very fast. What we have learned, I don't know, 10, 20 years ago, or 5 years ago, in the high school, in the college, now it's completely different. That's why also this non-formal education is very important and need to be.
And I would like to add something now. Do you mind this kind of discussion?
That's why we are
No.
here, so.
Well, as you know, of course you know, the government is in a process of mega project of science technology public park, in which, similar like this, we'll have an ecosystem of science, of private sector, of government, even in public societies, to do what we need to do, to get all them together, and to figure out the best of our country, the talents, the peoples, the experts, and our capacity, country capacity to move forward. Because as I've already said here, or maybe in front of the media, we are a country that do not have oil, do not have gas, we do not have gold, but have a little bit, it is exported. So we need our talents and our people in buildings like tech parks to do their best and to be in comparison with the other world. For example, European Union. Thank you.
All right, I'll ask Monica opinion on something to kind of continue on your both of your points. Taking into account, yes, we need more parks, we need techno parks, we need to invest in the talent, yes. But even the technopark is to bring us together. The technopark has some laboratories or anything, but any serious R&D requires direct budgeting for the R&D. So the technopark will bring us here. You will see who is bad, who is not. We'll create some filter. But after that filter, what do we do, Monica? What do you see other countries, other economies in technology, after this kind of parks organization? You've been probably to hundreds of them, right? After they do this filter of what is usable, what is not in the technology, what happens, what we can learn from other economies on how once we have this filter, we invest into the R&D of make it commercial, this new technology that came out of this laboratory.
Thank you for the question. First of all, I want to add something which is, I think, it's also very important. We are indeed a small ecosystem. And I'm really glad N99 is ecosystem. And at the moment, we are really proud that we will have for the first time in our nation, I would say, history, we're going to have the first Women in Tech Awards, which include 13 nominations also for institutions, for organizations, for businesses, for women CEOs, for men who also helped and supported to rebuild our ecosystem. And I also want to encourage you, because the deadline is till 10th of May, tomorrow, to nominate a person. These nominations are under patronage of our first woman president, our Gordana Slianovska-Tavkova, and I will be really happy that I will see more than 30 people acknowledged and publicly, I would say, nominated for everything that has been done in the ecosystem. And I would love to have also N99 as one of them, because we definitely deserve it. So back to the topic, I think the first thing is to acknowledge the role models for our ecosystem, so other people could actually see how they can do and actually contribute as they were doing it, or even furthermore better. The next step is, as the minister said, we are a small country, so I think the collaboration is the next step. Let's collaborate with other countries who are furthermore far more they've done far more than us. Let's learn from the other companies who can actually contribute as well. So I think with proper collaboration in future, things can move furthermore. And this is how I see also this center as a center place where we can all collaborate and rebuild something good. But let's learn from the other countries. Let's be open-minded to get other experts coming here, maybe as speakers, maybe as, I would say, experts, mentors to other companies as well. I also want to add, because I wasn't able to add after your comment, I'm doing a business diagnostic for companies, for small and medium enterprises. The challenge is that they want to also be ahead with the time of AI, but they're not having the proper resources, especially money, and also people who are able to spend time and to learn. So there is also subventions with other embassies, as Swiss embassy, Swiss Contact, who is actually supporting these areas with the project of modernization. And whoever wants to join, it's really amazing that they can actually adapt and work with experts and be ahead of the time as the bigger companies. Because as we know, the bigger companies are able to pay huge expert, or even provide or rebuild their own CRM softwares, but small ones are not able to. So let's support the small one. And I also want to add something else. I think the future is in our youth, as you mentioned, Dima. And as part of Educational Center who actually promotes AI, we included AI in the learning of the kids. We promote how to push the kids also not to be just consumers of technology, but also to create. And by now we've created so many cartoons, Macedonian cartoons, Macedonian songs, because previously on YouTube, if you are a parent, how many of here there are parents? Probably around 10, I guess. So we weren't able to find something on our language, right? How we can learn Macedonian if we don't have proper cartoons in Macedonians? Like we have now more and more, but let's start from the small ones and rebuild the system ahead. And I strongly encourage the minister to also include the other experts in the field, not just the business sector, but also the NGO, because these are the people who can also push the system forward in order for us as a small country to grow. Thank you.
You want me to add something on this? Can I add something?
Yes.
It's not only about the investment. We are talking about the investment, but in our case, especially in our society, also it's about of culture and maybe digital, let's say, maturity. I can give you an example. I know one, let's say, lawyer who is investing a lot of money in his office, in the floor, in the windows, in the furniture, in the chairs, but they don't want to invest in the computer, in the CRM, in the software. They invest zero. So we have a little bit maybe cultural problem, and maybe here the Ministry of Education can do something to the youth from the youngest age. Maybe we need to start to change our culture differently from the legacy that we have in the, I don't know, 40 years ago.
I also want to add, sorry, that in education there are different learning styles. So kids learn in a different way, and there are specific way that you can actually see how the child can develop and which talents and strengths they have after their fourth year. So after that, it's all about modifying the proper learning style for the child in order to be better in what they are capable and better at for. So maybe also using these kind of systems, and there are huge sensors, like China is really using them. So maybe if we can use this type of learning and adapting for the concentration of the kids, and also adapt it in other also higher level of the education, we can move also furthermore. So
it's true. Yes, I agree. But to do this, we need educated teachers or educated parents. So that's why I mentioned that we, with Brainstir, with the Faculty of Electroengineering and with Innovate, educate 1,300 teachers, because if the teachers and the parents do not know how to show to children to use AI or any technology, digitalization, for example, we cannot change the mentality, we cannot change the tradition. That's why I say everything is connected to the education, because what the family miss, and they have right to miss many of the education of that's why schools exist. The family is not obligated to give the knowledge to the kids. Schools are obligated to give knowledge to the kids. But the teachers must be prepared. That's why I say we have to give the teachers manuals, education, training, lifelong learning, and that is the process that will make the technology closer to the students and to our new generation who are going to be a part of the technology world. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll leave now. I think somebody from the audience or from the hosts want to ask a question or give a statement. So, Cezanne, please.
Dear guest, dear Ms. Minister, I'm very happy to welcome you, Ms. Monica, Mr. Jordan. It's a great pleasure to see you at N99 and at EUFON University here. Some of you know I'm foreigner here for 9 years, but I feel it's my home in Macedonia. And in my position as director of the university, we do our best to create a better future for Macedonia. And what I recognized and where I need your guidance, your suggestion is a lot of to do all these technologies, AIs, etc., we need people here. We need young people here. And I'm very sorry that to see that a lot of young generations are leaving Macedonia. I hear all the time Macedonia is small, etc. No, Macedonia is not small. Switzerland has the same size. Why I really care about Macedonia, even I'm not from here. We do, with our professors together, our best to give the best education, even the education from home. So, but I feel sorry, how can we together give more trust in Macedonia? So even in my speeches, I mentioned to our students, don't leave Macedonia. Please invest with your experience, with your knowledge, whatever you do best in this country to create a better lifestyle quality in Macedonia. And even if you come back with more experience and better knowledge and invest in your country, my question is, what can we do all together to gain the young generations and to keep them in Macedonia? Thank you.
Policymaker. The policymaker will start. it's a global trend to have a brain circulation, but in Macedonia, it's brain drain. That's a fact. What can we do? When we ask young people why they leaving their country, usually they say they would like to have better education, for example, and that's what this government in this moment is doing to deliver better education, for example, with a new law of higher education, with new concepts for gymnasium, with focus on vet education. That is the first, what are the young people talking about. The second, what are they talking about is the law and the order in the society. And they would like to have an order in the society, and they respect the order of the society when they are out of the country. But what I would like to send as a message to young people that we all make that order, that nobody else, not a minister, not a government can, yes, they can make things better, but we all the people living in the country are going to make a good order or destroy the order. And the third, what they mentioned is economy. And problems with the economy, we all know, but we are really, as a government, doing our best. For example, now for these oil changes of the price, doing something to make the life of the citizen better, and so on. But the times are very difficult. And I would like to stress something, and I would like to express my gratitude to the private sector of this country, because they do a really good job, and what the government can make from the budget exactly comes from the private sector. And it is very important, really very important, to support the private sector. What we are trying to do these 2 years as much as we can. So I hope these movings in the society will build trust in young people, in their government, in their institutions, in their country, and the things are going to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one line of kind of a quick questions, and then we can go in the audience if they have some questions. But I would like to close this on kind of, if this was a business meeting, what would be our action points, like this ends today, from Monday, what should be next week, the first things that we should do to move the needle further. We talked about that we lack a lot of, not just, we don't lack education as much, but we lack role models, so people will look up to it to take the education on its own. 95% of education comes from within the person on their own. You can by force, you can take something from someone, but you cannot give it by force. So we need to motivate them. So if I joke sometimes, I know it's not popular with politicians, but I say politicians should never be role models. Like, let's have scientists, economists, or anything. Let's have someone whose value is towards the economy and the well-being mostly. But how can we focus on? There is so many successful Macedonians, like even in this room, but most of the public doesn't know it. We exponate, not maybe that much, we can try locally more, but also we would, there should be some cohesive support, both educational, government, private sector, to push everyone that has some type of success in entrepreneurship, business, science, medicine, or anything, from the younger generation as role models towards, so people, students can look up to it and say, I want to be him, right? What do you think, how can we work all together, like the private educational sector, in order to build these role models and put them inside the classrooms? That was the question, like how can we...
I will start.
in order young people to see the role models, the businessmen as a role model, and the successful people. I think also there is need to be a role from the media. You know, if you turn on the television and watch the news, you will see only the how to say black chronic. All businessmen are criminals, or doctors are criminals, or judges are criminals, and they are putting everything in one, how to say, on Vlada. So I think in the society, everybody needs to have his role, even in the media, because if they are successful people, if they are successful businessmen, they need to be presented to the young people adequately, let's say.
Can I answer on this question? I'm sorry for entering, but it was empty seat and I decided to stay. What your question was is what we actually did here and what we actually are doing under one roof, connecting the universities, innovation and technology, and business sector. So N99 ecosystem is exactly what this country needs. It's exactly what the future looks like. And we spoke with the minister a little bit upstairs, and I'm pleased, and I will say it public. Until we say вие и ние, we will not succeed. When it means вие, приватните и ние държавата, ние няма да успеем. But if we say us together, then we have chance for success. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sefer.
That's why I'm here, Sefer, to say that we should be us.
Appreciate. We appreciate.
I agree. The private sector is funding you, so it's the same thing. Like you work for the private sector.
Of course, I must say, dear Minister, when I started investing in this project, first my father said to me, "Are you crazy? Are you going to invest so much in the country where we had a lot of challenges in the past and a lot of damage?" I said, "Do we have any other country? There are a lot of countries in the world, but one is your country, and this is our country. And we can always see it in a negative way, like see the negative things. Even here, oh, there is no light here, or we can see the holes, or we can see the overall positiveness. So we decide to see positiveness. Second, God gave me 5 kids, and I want to leave to my kids a future in their own country. And the capital to be worth, the value of our passport to be worth. So we must think this way, and if we think this way, we might have a chance. And I must say one thing more. This project, it's funded only by one person. No partners, no banks, no hidden agendas, no working for other countries. It's a very clean, pure project, that's why you don't see anywhere sponsor only N99. But I now want to invite the government. We have huge support, we appreciate it, but to make it next step, to make it better, to make it to be seen, not because of me, but because of the young generation, and to do it instead of brain drain, to do it brain gain. And we are sitting on one table. In the board of N99, there's a professor from state universities, there's a professor from private universities, there's people from the business sector, there's people from the chambers of commerce, there is a young woman in IT, there's a lot of good energy is here. And that's why I believe that this project will be successful only if the government really supports. Yeah.
Should I say a secret?
Yeah. We must start trusting politicians more.
Yes, you must start trusting.
Yes.
We met a few times and we talked about this project, And I said that I'm very glad to support it.
Thank you very much.
Closing words, someone else?
I just want to add that being a woman politician takes guts. And sorry, Dima, but really being here as a woman, I will have to say that to pass all the criticism and all the life work that a politician can handle as a woman, it's another level. So I really want to say thank you for the minister, thank you for Sefer, who did amazing work with her. We will have all our collaborators. And us together, yeah. That's
it's us.
All right, questions from the audience? Anybody want to poke their brain? No, I think that's it. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Dobro.
Почнуваме? Може да я ставиш позадината, што е сега за следната? Yep. Што да не? Немаш линк, човек. Нема. Фала. Ако може да ве замолам сите да се приклучите, почнуваме со следната сесија, да седнете во понапред, да имаме подобра интеракција. Hi everyone, so we are moving on with the fourth panel, expert panel discussion. And it's a great pleasure that I am able to moderate this panel that it's between some friends that we have been for the past 10 years building the ecosystem in North Macedonia, and some new ones that are bringing some expert knowledge of more than 10 years of experience in investing in startups across the world. I would like to start first by saying thank you to Mr. Sefer Stanovsky and all the team for N99 for actually delivering to Skopje something that was my and everyone's vision of bringing a hub that can unite technology, innovation, and all the dreamers to actually come together around the pretense that we can build the global products out of this country. With Startup Macedonia, we started basically 10 years ago when we wanted to show that we don't have to rely on others to build our ecosystem. We can depend on our own knowledge, on our own resources, but then also acknowledge some of the doers and shakers in the ecosystem, and especially the startups that are the really soul of the ecosystem. Now I'm basically trying to echo something that was spoken as part of the EU Startup Summit that I just came from Malta, where finally we are treated as equals, and we were asked a very serious question: what Macedonia can bring to Europe, not what Europe can bring to Macedonia. So what I said to all of them was that for the past years, we have actually produced a lot of companies that are contributing to the European ecosystem. We have created founders that are so resilient, that know how to work with very little resources, but it's about time that we put things into structure. 10 years as we started this, now we have to take these learnings and put them into practice. So we have here with us some amazing speakers, and thank you, Elena, Gogo, Ivana, and Gideon for actually taking this offer to have this discussion on the startup ecosystem and investments that should move this country. So before going into what we did right in the past years, I would just like to kind of echo some of the learnings that everybody should understand, that building a company, it's not an individual effort. It takes a village to create one startup. In average, there is 3 programs per startup that one company goes through in order to actually be a stable and scalable company. And for me, this was something that we come to a realization early, but it's even more, it takes even more efforts in more developed countries. So Germany has a very well-developed universities. They have very well-developed technology park network, well-developed angel network, well-developed VC structure, and everybody are contributing to the puzzle in creating a successful case that can be exported out of a country. So here with us we have people that wear multiple hats, and multiple hats is something that it's challenge in Macedonia sometimes to explain what we represent. In my case, I represent a startup, I represent an ecosystem builder, somebody that works as an expert in fundraising, and this is some of the challenges. So let's see first I would like to start with some of the lessons we learned in the past years, and I would like to start with Elevena and move forward of actually investing in startups and building startups in Macedonia.
Okay, thank you, Igor. I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Igor. From which head do you want me to speak first? You mentioned multiple heads. Okay, about the lessons learned you mentioned, right? Having in mind that we're developing this ecosystem for more than 10 years now, and we've definitely learned valuable lessons, some of which I would like to underline at the beginning. First one was that we need to, I will say it just straightforward, we need to connect regionally, globally, and with EU and more developed ecosystems, definitely, because we are a small market. We have to create fruitful partnerships. We need to become partners with at least regional networks, if not global or European, with whatever funds, investors, and ecosystem players and stakeholders, because we can also compare with other small countries such as Slovenia, which is closest to us and have done it before and previously, and now is I don't know if I can say leader, but is a pinpoint where we can see some of the successful stories. However, that is starting to change, if I may say now, that is starting to change, and especially starting from last year, when we started to create this regional network of business angels. So I'm proud to say that SEED Macedonia and myself, I have personally dedicated to create this network. So it is registered in Slovenia, but it encompasses Macedonia, Bosnia, Albania, Croatia, and now Serbia is negotiating. So we have already kind of created a medium where we can gather the investors from the region under one roof, and both startups from the region under one roof, and they can be exposed to bigger pool of investors at the same time, and by that increasing the chances to come to the capitals from this risky early stage of investments. So that was the first lesson learned, that it's starting to change, and not only with this network, but also with collaboration with other partners and networks throughout the region. We witnessed the AI revolution last year, which was very successful, and many countries came here, and that was a really great thing. And I also want to mention another lesson learned, at least for me personally, because I have worked with many startups, and within SEED we have investment readiness programs, so we had accelerators program, even pre-acceleration programs we had. And I figured out that as entrepreneurs, as founders, we start very late. You know, the thing is that we start to even think about entrepreneurship, youth, you know, start to think about entrepreneurship even after they graduate college or faculty, and after they get their diploma, and that is too late. That is too late. So we need to somehow, you know, fire this entrepreneurial spirit much earlier, much earlier. And again, we have taken action. I have also taken action from last year to lower the age where kids start to think entrepreneurially, and to have already prepared individuals by the time that they are grown-ups and able to start a business. So maybe you've heard already, but I will just mention that from last year, there is a school that functions. It is entrepreneurship school for kids and teenagers. It is called Little Big Founders. And we are teaching kids from 6 years of age. Because one of the things that was missing is that our youth is financially literate. I'm really sorry to say this aloud, but unfortunately, a big portion of the youth is financially illiterate, and if we want to have further funds and generations that will actually contribute something fruitful, we need to learn them basics from young age. So those are two things that I have figured out.
And you just show me how they went to the premises of one of our successful entrepreneur, seeing the production live, so they are inspired. And that's actually why I love this idea that we are building now in N99. They're young with the university, but even earlier, can see technologies that are beyond their comprehension. They can be inspired to actually work on something different than what their parents are working, or what it's designed by pretense that we should be only working in the service sector or in a factory. And I really like to position Macedonia not at the place where we are just building stuff, but we are actually creating products. And product is, for us, I believe, the only way that we can have an added value to the country. And having founders from their early ages, it's important. I know that Gideon can also correlate with this, that in communities, entrepreneurial communities, very early, they are pushed to actually work in the business. And in Yugoslavia, at least my parents were protecting me to go into business, so I can study at university, or I can study and then get a job that I will be supporting my family. And now it comes that the entrepreneurs are the ones that are supporting the economy. So I really feel that this is something that you can build on.
No, I was just remembering a small thing from my childhood. When I was 13, my parents, just to make sure that I study and that I take my studies seriously, my uncle had a private business, and they sent me to work for him just to realize what it means to stand on your feet 8 hours a day, so that you want to finish university and have a higher paying job. So that was the trajectory.
So they send you to a private business in order not to go into private business.
Yes.
I think that this echoes with a lot of our uncles that send us, but there needs to be a little bit of persistence,
yes.
right?
But the risk aversiveness was absolutely there. And my mother is now a few months before going into retirement, and she's going to retire at the same place that she has worked for 35 years. Something which is for our generation and generations after us unthinkable. Like you stay somewhere for three years and you start to feel an itch that you need to move somewhere else. But not just to strand off topic. I forgot the question. Sorry, I'm a recent.
No, it was more about the learnings, but these are definitely some of where we're coming from. So
yes.
This is some burden of our own environment on how entrepreneurship was perceived and what's expected of founders, and that failing is not an option. So it's hard to go into business. But seeing how things are working, and you see somebody that is on the forefront of the global innovation, it's where I'm really excited. So all of the founders that we work with Nest, with Startup Macedonia, are not having the chance to even think to how to solve local problems because our market is so small.
Yeah.
And I think that was one of the learnings for us, is in order to really make it happen, is to think what are some of the niche global problems that exist, really find a way to solve them in the cheapest way possible for us to, and then validate it and find the resources. And then this is the part that I'm actually trying to come to you guys, is finding the resource was the problem. So what was some of the challenges that you experienced in finding resources for early stage funding. As you
Okay.
work in a VC
Yes.
and now working on the programs,
With a lot of
With a lot of
hats,
hats.
as you mentioned. Well, 10 years ago, first things first, now from an ecosystem and development perspective, 10 years is not nearly enough for an ecosystem to be developed. Like some experts would say that we are probably halfway there. So we've learned a lot in the last 10 years. Initially, when I entered the ecosystem, I didn't know anyone, but in 2 or 3 months, you managed to become part of the whole ecosystem because it was that small at that point. And I think everyone, all of us were learning. I was learning what it means to be a VC. We had the Fund for Innovation that was kind of being established and started giving out their first grant type support. We had one angel network at that point. And the ideas, as you mentioned, the ideas were more focused on what we know as a local issue, maybe a regional one. Nobody was thinking globally at that point. I guess in 10 years we learned, as you mentioned, that our market is way too small. Even the regional market is way too small.
it's just a launchpad.
Yes, it's even when we say for founders that you can pilot something in Macedonia, even the pilot is not a safety net that is going to work in another country. If you go to Serbia or Bulgaria, it's still a very different story. So that's, I guess, one of the. Now the opportunities are much more readily available. At that point, I don't think we had many people who could, I don't know, their parents could put an apartment and then you can take out a loan so that you can finance building something, because private capital was, I don't know, I would say slim to none or no existent. For the fund I was part of it in 2015, it took us over a year to make the first investment. It was 100K and it failed. But, and now we're talking about investments of over 500K with not only one fund. We have regional funds interested in our region. So I think we are on the map. What we sort of tried to build, but I still think we're not there yet, is to find what our unique selling point is compared to the other startup ecosystems in the region. Because whether we like it or not, everyone from outside looking in is still looking at us as Western Balkans as a whole, even though we all know that it's not the same. That we all have our differences, but I don't think we found what makes us stand out. So this is something that we should work on together moving forward. So I guess for me that's one of the takeaways. Because let's give it, for instance, Serbia is becoming an AI hub. I guess now everyone is doing something with AI, trying to do something with AI. It doesn't guarantee anything. But we see that if the governments are willing to take a risk, okay, now we put this government factor in, which I think we were trying to avoid when we were starting to develop the ecosystem, but you just cannot, because some of the things like incubators, accelerator programs, even tech parks, even angel networks don't have self-sustainable business models. And they need to be supported by someone, and usually the government is what makes most sense.
I would like to leave the government for the second part of the discussion, because already we are amazing about telling what others should do for us.
Yes.
But very little about what we can do with our own
homework
resources.
should be the USP.
Yeah, and Before closing with Gideon, I would like to ask for Gogo, as you work with a tech park previously, now on the Angel side, and you saw also the ecosystem from different roles. What was some of the learnings that you would like to recommend to whomever that is now looking for funding or is looking to establish an institution such as this one?
Yeah, great question, Igor. We both know that working in the ecosystem in the past years, the ecosystem has changed and evolved, and I want to tackle this from my perspective on three pillars. The first pillar is the startups themselves. Like you said, they're the soul of the ecosystem. The second pillar is the programs that run through the ecosystem, like incubators, accelerators, tech parks. And I significantly think that programs such as technology parks, accelerators, pre-acceleration incubator programs have a ton of know-how and experience that can give to the startups. And the third one is actually the government support. I've been very proud of the Macedonian startup ecosystem because of this private, let's say, fluid resilience.
That's the resilience is the word.
The resilience is the word, because what we see in the region, we see you have like too many corporations, donors, or government supporting different programs. In our ecosystem, we are built from bottom up, which is tremendous on the long run. On the short run, yeah, it might have some bottlenecks, you might have some funding options or problems, but on the long run, it can be a good thing. And I see that every day that ecosystem is evolving and is getting better and better. Startups are getting better, they're attracting more investments, they're operating in millions of revenue, they're getting millions of investment, that's a good thing. Programs are also evolving. One of the greatest examples is this N99 Tech Park, which should be infrastructure for future creators, future innovators to tackle these issues. And of course, the government comes as an enabler. I think our government has made good thing in promoting entrepreneurship, in getting the first, let's say, grants for developing products and MVPs. But now we should focus on more, how you said it, how you put it, from making MVPs into more product, into more scaling up. And of course, private capital is here to support this, being that from VCs or angel investors. But I see that shift already happening, and we need to push it forward a little bit from every angle.
So if I can kind of summarize before going to Gideon, we need to work on the entrepreneurship mindset from very early on. We have to rely on ourselves and expect a little and connect the resources that are here. The part of what I mentioned, having a village, we have to acknowledge that we need help. So for everyone in the audience building something, you need to reach out to those that have already been in this process. You'll be amazed how much true entrepreneurs will help you more than somebody that is only working in programs, but programs are here to accelerate the growth. And yes, the part that you said, we have to kind of think about productivization and the investment readiness, so to prepare the company to scale. So that brings me to Gideon to give us a little bit of a perspective, because it's your first time in Macedonia, right? So you're seeing that now we're talking about the 10 years that we are trying to build an ecosystem, and already US and the markets that you were operating had trillions of investments going on and a lot of use cases. What you would recommend that we take as a next step to actually understand what is our unique value proposition, and what are some of the lessons you had with the investments that you did with the company?
Sure. So first of all, thanks for having me here. Indeed, it's my first visit to your wonderful country. I've been here, I think it's the 6th day. So it doesn't make me an expert on Macedonia or ex-Yugoslavia. I'm a product of two, I would say, innovation hubs. I was born and raised in a small country called Israel, and my first 20 years were in the Israeli tech industry. And about 25 years ago, I decided to move to Silicon Valley and test my ability to adapt to a more demanding ecosystem. So like jump from the Mediterranean to the Pacific Ocean. So I've seen interesting dynamics in both these markets. Israel, when I left, I think was a small country, about 6 million people. A little bit of an island surrounded by sharks from the Mediterranean and the neighboring countries. There were a lot of constraints, I should say. And there were some things that actually pushed Israel to move from what I remember as a child being a textile agriculture country and a lot of Jewish tourism because it's the Jewish country. So we had three pillars in the country that actually generated most of the revenues coming to Israel. And then something interesting happened. Suddenly all the stars aligned and we realized we have the intellectual capacity because we focused on education. So we had a lot of engineers. There was the military that actually developed amazing technologies for military usage. But there were brilliant young kids who actually decided to commercialize it. The famous company called Checkpoint that created the first firewall and became the leader in cybersecurity. And there are many, many other companies. So you have the talent, you have the military knowledge that is beginning to shift towards civilian commercialization. Next thing is recognition by the international community. Suddenly, Intel and many other companies come to Israel realizing that they can benefit from the set of skills that we have, and they open all kind of design centers. And the interesting thing is that this is the only place where I'll say something positive about government. So the Israeli government decided to pull all these international companies, so they created all kind of laws that gave some incentive to foreign investors. And there were two types of laws. The first one was grants. You have to invest X millions of dollars. Depending on the area in the country, you get between, let's say, 10% to 40% of the investment. But as we shifted towards high tech, the investments were not as big. So the government came with a new channel of incentives, tax exempt for X years. So as long as you don't distribute the profits
If they're
to the
invested.
shareholders and you keep it inside the company for future expansion, you do not pay any taxes. So think about what a great concept it is. They also opened Office of Chief Scientist, which was like the initial VC, and they gave grants to young people, usually young people, and these were actually royalty-bearing grants. If you were successful, you would pay on the revenues later, you would pay royalties. So you can see that suddenly the country is beginning to, they've built actually an ecosystem. And that's the word that I would love you to begin to use. If you're able to build an ecosystem where The government gives incentives with grants, tax exemption. Universities push technical studies. International companies get some incentives to come in. Because what happens with these international companies, Israelis used to work in these companies, and later they would leave and create startups. This is how the food chain works.
The spillover effect.
Exactly. And then, as you can imagine, greedy investment bankers from overseas begin to come to Israel. And I was in one of these companies, and they asked us to go public in Wall Street. The IPO was very successful. It was followed later by another one and another one. And then you're beginning to see more and more mergers, acquisitions, and suddenly, without looking at the timeline, you become a very strong, robust, and I would say tech hub, which actually is pulling inside the young people. There's no shame in saying, I want to make money. Israel was socialist many years ago. But today, everybody wants to make money. There's nothing bad about making money. And you want to be as successful as possible. And we don't look at people that leave the country as traitors. Things have changed. Actually, I would encourage each one of you to leave Macedonia for a few years, experience other cultures, and then come back. And you bring so much knowledge. These are the things.
We usually leave but don't come back.
Well,
we're not good at the comeback part.
Well, eventually at some point there was a lot of Israelis that went to US and they were the first investors and so I would like to understand your take on diaspora.
Also, I wanted to ask you about the switch to the tech part, because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that up until the 70s, all Jewish kids were either lawyers or doctors. And then there was a switch to tech. So how did the switch to tech come about?
Oh, I love these questions. They talk about Jewish and Israeli over the world. Yeah. So, I'm Israeli, first of all.
Yes.
So, I still belong to what we call the secular Israelis. I'm not religious at all. But the perception about Jewish people was that, oh, they study law, they want to become doctors, economics. Basically, it's bullshit. And I think that, and you can see this also here in Macedonia, that if you'll begin to see successful tech companies, you'll see a fascinating trend that suddenly all these parents that's pushed their children to study economics and law, suddenly will push them to study computer science with inclination towards AI. Why? Because even parents understand that there's a new era. So the more you're successful, it's very natural to transition into new types of studies, etc. Full disclosure, I did study economics.
Yeah. Me too.
and MBA finance, but when I finished my first and second degrees, I made a commitment. I will not work in a commercial bank. I will not work for an insurance company. And I joined, it was the beginning of the 80s, I joined the very young Israeli tech industry. It was more interesting. The quality of the people working there was superb. I'm now a citizen of the US. I've been there 25 years. If I wouldn't work in tech, I wouldn't get an offer to relocate to Silicon Valley. So students here, I think you're understanding. Don't be afraid to join young startups. It's the biggest achievement you can get is take some of your young years and challenge yourself to doing something different, the worst that can happen is this company will fail. But you learn by failing. You know, those who do not fail actually didn't try. Everybody fails. So I always, when I give talks all over the world, I urge young students, don't go to the big companies. Try to go to the challenging, very dynamic companies where you test your ability to create something new. And because you will never forget it, you'll never forgive yourself when you die that you wasted your life in something that didn't challenge you. Okay, so it was a long
So I
answer
want
to a short question.
You answered actually two of the questions altogether. It was on what we actually need to inspire, and the inspiration should go into giving more space for those who create, those who are forward thinkers. And I actually was very much surprised by one traditional entrepreneur at one of the gatherings that we did all with SwissCP and Zephyr Angels and Seed, where they were like, this is another mindset. This is another set of people that are creating, they're building something new. They're not bound by politics. They're thinking about how to take Macedonia from being something that maybe something hide from, so something that they embed as a proud thing. And not just Macedonia, it's also about Balkans in general. This is being a Balkan founder is super cool, just to let you know. It's exotic. There is not many of us, so that's one of the things why it's exotic. The other part is it opens door because you're different. But then you need to also put something, and as we spoke with some of you, how many of you who is Michael Jordan? How many of you know who is Michael Jordan? Okay? Yes, just to bring you in the conversation. So this person was the best in the world in basketball, but it was very important for him that somebody should provoke him to take the worst, or what we Macedonians like to call inat, as a driving force to actually show them that he is the best. So now we are in this position that the world is it's provoking us of saying, what do you have to show? Why you are special? And this environment that we are creating now, it's showing that we like to be more than what others are thinking of us. We want to show that we build amazing products. So if you go upstairs, I highly urge you to go upstairs and see the rest of the facility. There are some amazing startups that are building into the top notch of AI, high-tech, education, fintech, medtech, and robotics, cybersecurity, that I'm super proud to say that I'm part of these stories, but it also should be your pride, because you are coming with from this country and they are proud of it. So I want this to be the start of the different conversation of how to take all this positive thing that we have done and utilize the connection we have with diaspora, the connections we have with the neighboring countries, our resources in actually getting better. We already started that. You mentioned Adriatic Angels. It's a step forward. But I will also like to put the other hat is, how do we bring in the government and not just expect from them, but be a collaborator, as we saw with Israel, that they were paving a way. We don't have to just wait. Maybe we can tell them what we want. Do you think it's possible?
Definitely. We had an event, you remember, when we gathered all the stakeholders within the ecosystem to actually put in written, what is this that we want and need in order to improve the startup ecosystem and companies and etc. I think that it was a good step that last year, that was a change in the law where the two institutions that were working in the same area actually joined, and that was Fund for Innovation and Agency for Promotion of Entrepreneurship, and they joined into one agency, which is called Innova. One of the heads is that I'm advisor in Innova as well. I liked it because with this step, actually, we can connect innovation, so university, academia, and the fab labs and everything that goes with it, with the technology development, and then entrepreneurship at the end. So we kind of connect research and capital and startups and dynamic young minds into one line. That is the prospect. That is the idea. I hope that we, as a country, can put this in practice, because we need support from both sides, as you mentioned. So I think that this agency is really open, because I'm part of the startups there, and I'm here, and that proves that we are together in this.
Do you think that the government should actually take a lead on investing in the companies directly, or just support programs?
Just support.
Just support programs.
Yes.
There are different. We saw different models. So
yes. Okay. There are pros and cons into every concept, but I don't believe in the government actually investing and creating some interruption within the competition on the market. So that is not something we want to achieve, but to support the ecosystem from all sides to produce these profitable and innovative and highly scalable companies.
There is interesting statistics that 7 out of 10 startups that are from Macedonia have an operation office elsewhere. 70% of startups beyond the pre-seed stage are opening offices outside of Macedonia.
So what?
That's what I wanted to say. So what? It's not like those companies are leaving. Those companies are looking for opportunities. They're looking for a way to expand, to get to new markets where their clients are understanding that by being a Bulgarian or Swiss or Estonian company, you have better chance to sell to Bulgarian, Swiss, and Estonian clients. And that's the reality. So we understood 2 years ago and that we need to embrace this, and we to create something called Macedonian startup, global startup with Macedonian DNA. That means the DNA, the location that the team is, it's locally. It's a mix between foreign founders, dev teams. So we need to bring those, and we need to kind of embrace that we are a melting pot of cultures. A lot of things happen through history. So why not be the melting pot of the new innovation of Europe? And this I presented on the table with United for Europe initiative, and they were like, finally somebody speaks of actually contributing to something than just asking for something. And there is a new initiative that is called European Inc. Some of you know it. It levels the playing field of how investment should be done in Europe, similar to how Delaware is doing it. Now we need just to align with everything that European Union is doing. But European Union is slow, so that's why we can be faster when we're outside. But at the same time, create the investment vehicles that we can invest. So I would like to ask Gogo, you were with all of us included into the angel law, or the law on business angels. Do you think that we only have to make the companies that are local to be investable and benefit from it, or we can have this global startups with Macedonian DNA as a way to go forward?
Yeah, definitely. My suggestion is to make leaps ahead. So in terms of what Elena said on the government, what they're doing, of course the government can support both sides, they can support programs, but the government role should be prioritized. So we need to prioritize, okay, everything is of course doable and everything is achievable, but the government role is, okay, we're going to prioritize this because we want to achieve this kind of goals in the next 5 and 10 years. And in the terms of legislation, I firmly believe that Macedonia don't need to follow, they need to move and break things. We get to get the new legislation done as fast as possible, even before some EU countries. And that's how you create like leverage, and that's how you create competitiveness. Because if we're waiting like for this EU Inc. to go through EU states member, and then we wait for 2-3 years, and then we try to adopt and implement, we are already behind. So we need to get on AI, we need to get on crypto, we need to get on payments, the next wave of legislation. And that is something that we as a nation shouldn't be afraid of. The worst can happen is, okay, you change the law and you quickly adapt it back. But in terms of creating this infrastructure, we need to think 5-10 years ahead. On the way of the business angel law, of course, it's a way step forward. I'm not saying it's a perfect law, but it's a way step forward. And as it is, it cannot change many things at once, but it can bring the foundations of the next generation of startups and investors. So in that terms, any law is better than no law at the first place, but again, this is not written in stone. We can measure what the outcomes are, we can adapt, and we can prioritize what's next to be able to enforce it and let's say, make it even better next time.
This was exactly how we started. Basically, Gideon, so you know, we brought a delegation of startups in Israel in 2017 to actually understand what was necessary, and together we agreed that there is no mechanism to invest in startups in a way that the West is doing. So convertible loan didn't exist, safe notes didn't exist, and now that's a possibility. Yet we have still a little investment, but the good thing is that now we have structures of angel clubs that are making private investments. So all of you that are interested to start and validate with local expertise, they're able to do. Seed Business Angels and Zephyr Angels are here as structures. We do investment readiness program with Nest, and we have brought capital, but it's always about the mix between the local funding and foreign funding, because still local funding is not enough sometimes. You wanted to?
Yeah, I also wanted to, because Gogo mentioned something that I think is critical, and I think we've all been expecting the government to become more proactive, because right now it's all reactive. In an ideal world, that would be amazing, but I think something is holding us back from actually being first in something. I think more realistic expectation for the role of the government would be to follow the ecosystem, to follow us, because we've been here doing this for ages. If there's something we don't know, we have the capacity to bring it from outside. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, or it's all been done somewhere else, so we don't have to be the smartest people in the room. We pretty much know what it takes to develop. So if you have business angel networks, the incentives should be with tax returns, tax exemptions for the investments that they make, for accelerator programs, even venture funds. The government should be matching and co-investing, because this is the role. They will, if somebody has already selected a startup that they should they want to put their money in, the government should de-risk the risk you're taking or the investment. So if you put 100, they should put maybe 100 or even more, depending on who the institution is. If you ask me, I would give double to angel networks, because angel networks need something to live off as well. So there should be something going into the angel networks as well. And finally, do a fund of funds and invest in building private equity and venture capital sector in the country, and why not the region? Because I think this is something, and this is something that we have the in-house knowledge, and the government should just listen and build the instruments in a way that will fit what we know will work, because we've tried it for 10 years.
I think that's not a wishful thinking. It's
No,
it's
it's
a reality,
realistic. It's
or
realistic.
a reality around us. It just needs a little bit more nudge. You want to jump on this?
I'll play a little bit of the devil's advocate here. I'm not nostalgic at all. You know, you should focus on the present and the future. We can't criticize non-stop the system, etc. We're here now. What do we do? I work with at least 10 more organizations from other countries. And Macedonia is competing, to be honest, with many other countries. I work with Japan, Taiwan, Korea, Georgia, Greece, Latin America. And when I look at what they're creating, this is what you need to look at their government agencies and programs. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. The wheel is already rolling somewhere. And you talked about the government giving the same amount or double. Why? Just give exempt from taxes if there is an exit. So it's, you know, it's not money today. It's easy for the government because they kind of postpone the incentives. You've got to think differently. You've got to, the less you come to a government, I believe, the easier it is to look at them, I would say, the founders, and expect them to solve the problems. If you begin to rely and depend too much on other people, this linkage may be challenging in the future. Another example, this is my first visit, and I know that my dear friend there worked on this to bring me for over a year. Over 12 months we worked, when can I come? But when you think about it, why won't you have, for instance, a program where you've got a network of pro-Macedonia people, it can be from other countries in Europe, of course Silicon Valley, and other places, people who come for 1 week, 2 weeks, they work extensively with students, even high schoolers, and of course the wonderful entrepreneurs, and they help shift, you know, the mindset. They talk about the ecosystem that needs, and they become your champions. They become your ambassadors overseas. When I come now back to Silicon Valley, trust me, you gained a champion. I will vouch for you, except for one thing. You smoke too much. This is something, if you want to be successful in Silicon Valley, don't smoke cigarettes there. Yeah, I mean, wow. But bring as many of us, and I know it's expensive to fly from Silicon Valley to here because of many reasons, but this is the way you can tweak, change, improve the system here by bringing dedicated, devoted people. I must share with you wonderful, I had the best week. I worked with 15 companies this week. Awesome. They were coachable, they were eager to learn. You've got the people who are interested in improving themselves. So bring people like me, as many as you can, because people like me get the feeling that if these people are coachable, I want to give as much as possible. And the prize to those the best, you send them for 1, 2, 3 weeks, let's say, to Silicon Valley. So you bring mentors here, they train, share the knowledge, and the winners in pitch events or whatever, you send them to learn from Silicon Valley, for instance. Think out of the box. How do you change the mindset? This will help Macedonia big time.
So in how you were saying is, I already wrote it there. So Gideon is our first ambassador of the startup ecosystem.
In San Francisco.
And
I like to use the word, I'll be your champion.
yeah, so the first champion, one of the first champions, and that also says about what we can do about the challenge of actually positioning Macedonia in the right way, preparing the companies, and also investing in education and innovation. There was one study that was presented recently to me that in emerging markets of European Union, every euro invested in education and innovation brings at least 3.5 euros back. So we really, really have to utilize that and work more. So in order to finalize this, I would like to ask you individually, Gideon already says you will be the champion, what you guys with your own organizations will contribute to the ecosystem so we can move forward.
Well, we'll continue bringing people like Gideon to the ecosystem. For sure, I mean, that's at least for another year and a half. But we are also fighting to extend the period so that we can bring even more. As we mentioned, also this the Swiss Entrepreneurship Program has been around for 10 years. This is the 11th. And ecosystem development takes more time because, and right now I think that things are starting to align again.
Yeah.
As 2020-ish, I think 5-6 years later, we have actually a tech park, not just a building.
With programs soon.
Yes, with programs and everything. We have the government agency that is going to make an impact, and I think we can, and is open enough to listen to us right now for inputs in terms of what kind of programs and what kind of support the ecosystem needs. We have the corporate sector, slowly but surely
waking up
and taking an interest in the startup ecosystem, which has always been a huge missing link in the puzzle. So, and the entrepreneurs, I think we are very, very close to having one major success that is going to inspire a lot more people to come in. So I think another 3 to 5 years and we're going to be there in terms of
I'm just saying we should not miss this chance of this constellation.
It's alignment of the stars again, which apparently happens every 5 to 10 years.
I would add something. We all have to accept that this is an evolution.
Yes.
It's not a revolution. This can take 5, 10, 15 years. And this is why politicians sometimes are a little bit dangerous, because I don't think politicians think 15 years ahead. They think 1 year for the next election, etc. So this is why the private sector needs to do so much work, and kudos to you guys for building such an amazing campus. Evolution, not a revolution.
Gogo?
Yeah,
Final
I
words?
agree completely on the evolution side. we might have like 100 problems in the ecosystem right now, but we try to solve the next 5, 10, the next 5, 10, and then we'll gradually get there. On what we trying to continue on the ecosystem side, it would be like trying to invest the private capital into more Macedonian startups. Of course, we are slowly but gradually also developing this kind of regional component, so we'll be recognized. Other investors come and looking for deals in Macedonia, which is also great. But the other wing that we have as a business angels is also educate the angel investors as well. I think this is important because in our country, you don't have this like legacy, or you don't have the know-how of being angel investor, you don't have the tools and knowledge, and we try to develop this kind of side also. Of course, making new investments into new technologies, supporting new entrepreneurs, making push for legislation for new investment vehicles, for new investment options, and this is kind of the continued path in the next 3 to 5 years.
The evolution, as we say.
The evolution, yeah. Elena?
Yeah. Okay, about contribution. So within SEED is here for 20 years. Next year we are celebrating 20 years. So it's definitely evolution, I may say. For 10 years we are running Business Angels Club, and we are continuing with that. Definitely locally and regionally, with partnership with other networks, with partnership from the region. And Gogo is completely right that we need to dedicate ourselves to educate business angels and to promote this possibility throughout potential investors. And I should mention that now I can share it. Whoever wants to start with the process of education can join me on an event next month in Slovenia, Investors Edge it is called, in that sense. So that's from the point of view of investors. As far as startups is concerned, this week we've started 5th, I think, investment readiness program with 7 startups, and that is our contribution for preparing startups to be investable. At the end, we will match them with investors, and hopefully they will get their some of their first funds. I would also like to underline my passion, and that is the contribution I'm doing with the kids. And the hope is that we have these prepared, smart, developed entrepreneurs, generations of entrepreneurs in future that can bring a lot of force into the ecosystem and can speed it up. That would be it.
I will just finalize with announcing something that it's coming in the region. So thanks to the collaboration we're doing with N99, Startup Macedonia, Nest, and the companies, we are opening doors to international programs to come in. There will be a few accelerators that are opening up, the first one being Startup Wise Guys that already announced their cohort. So it means that startups will have a chance to get local knowledge, but also global exposure. We're having an accelerator coming, another one from Europe, from Malta, joining in the EdTech and FinTech space. We continue with Startup Macedonia supporting founders and connecting them. There will be the Startup Weekend in Ohrid, happening also in June. And something that I'm really proud of, and that it's getting some interest, is the creation of the Founder Circle. That's each city, which is 10 cities around Macedonia, will have entrepreneurs that will support each other in not just growing their companies, feeling proud of what they have built, but also represent Macedonia on the global scale in some of the selective conferences that are in Europe and US. So in that way, we can show really how proud we are to build here, and that if there is more resources and willingness to support, we can do miracles. Thank you very much to my panelists and all of you that have been from this session. Maybe if somebody was here for a question, we can give a chance for a question. Otherwise, we can wrap up. Anybody wants to ask something?
Don't be shy.
I'm really sorry I was a bit late to the panel. I was following you on YouTube live. This is streaming live because we have the next panel our guest from South Korea, one of our partners, and we had to welcome them. And I am inviting you after this panel to stay and participate on the next panel, which is about agriculture, because there are a lot of nice things we will say. And I want to thank all of you guys for being here, sharing with us the new ecosystem, because you are part of this ecosystem. We all see you as a part of ecosystem of, not N99 is just one story, but I believe that also the government will be more reasonable according to those type of initiatives in innovation, because we don't need some people are looking just for when we say money, we can create together more money than creating by ourselves, by our own. So when we are creating the ecosystem and the new economical model, which we think will move a little bit the things, we said, okay, you are powerful by your own, but together we create a better energy. So I believe here today we created some kind of, yesterday and today, we created energy which will be necessary to continue. It's not just one event, it must continue. And we must be pushing hard for many years maybe upcoming to create a success which will be last long term. And I would say, I'm 25 years in higher education. We established the first private university in Macedonia, and we know the best that investing in education, you must see it long term, minimum 10, 15 years ahead. And a lot of private universities who show up after us, they were created by typical businessmen, and they were seeing it as a business logic. And then after 3, 4, 5 years, they went down. So in higher education, you don't see first the business model. You must see the values, you must see the principles, you must create the system. And then if you're lucky, if you work hard, you might earn something later. But I believe that we will see each other again. You're welcome to cooperate with us. And N99 is not me, it's not one university, it's a network which will create good things for the societies. And this is our aim. And if you see the name, Nur, N, it comes from Nur, which means light in Arabic. It's a light. It's a divine light. And we believe that in this moment, we need a little bit support from God as well, because Macedonia and the people, we suffered a lot in the past. And it's time God to put a hand on us and to make this generation stay here, create here, and sell globally. That's our aim. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emma. We can leave this on the floor. Oh, wow. Yeah.
leading the Laboratory of Agriculture 5.0 and AI. Our guest today is Mr. Borche Serafimovsky from Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Economy, Mr. Park from Sungho Company from South Korea, and we have Mr. Can Yurdakul from Ant System from Turkey, who are going to be online with us. Before we start, we have a small presentation about the current status of the Agriculture 5.0 technology. Very shortly, just so. Can I have that? Okay. You hear me now? Idea behind is what is inevitable changes in agriculture. First of all, it's a global population growth. In 2050, we expect 10 billion people. Climate change challenges, which is inevitable anyway. Food security pressure, which become more and more bigger. And probably not that much in Macedonia, but globally it's rural depopulation and labor shortages in agriculture. And last one is the need for sustainable production of the food. This is short definition of Agritecture 5.0. There is 5 steps in this development. And the last one is actually applying advanced ICT technologies, starting with AI, big data, IoT, robotics, blockchain technology, and so on, into the agriculture in order to obtain bigger and sustainable production. What is regional challenges here? First one is aging farmer population. Nobody wants to work on the fields anymore. Limited investment, especially in this region, low level of automation, and climate vulnerability of our farmers. Why we matters? First of all, because not just Macedonia, but the region, we have fertile land. We have strategic location on the region. We have quite okay export potential and possibility for digital transformation. Something happened. What is our digital gap problem? First one is lower level of automation, limited infrastructure, and fewer agrotech startups, and this is actually main idea with N99. What is the regional opportunities? Young technical talent, also part of our Fon University, starting with the ecosystems, and we have lower implementation costs. And what is EU regulation? Starting with 2017, EU defines so-called EU Smart Village Initiative, which work towards high-speed internet and digitalization, smart agriculture, renewable energy, and modern services. This is our steps in near future for our villages. And goal is to revitalize a rural area and keep young people living in villages. What is the future? We discussed later about this one. And this is the regional vision. Starting from the government, we expect government support in regard of policy frameworks, funding, and infrastructure development. From the university part, we expect research, innovation, technology transfer, and farmer training, and also international collaboration, meaning knowledge exchange, best practices, and our friends from South Korea now. What is our vision, N99 Agrotech vision? Our vision is a new era of intelligent and sustainable agriculture for the Republic of Macedonia. Our partners, our guest today, Sungho Corporation from South Korea, and Mr. Park and their team. They are a leading company in South Korea regarding the AI in agriculture, and this is their robot which is actually able to collect plants from this. Our second partner is Ant System for Turkey. We are going to have online with Mr. Can. This is companies working on the nanotechnologies into agriculture, very advanced technology. And the third part is the Vienna Institute of Applied Sciences. Our third party, Mr. Maximilian, was here half an hour ago, but he have to move. They're working on the problem with nanotechnology of microalgae, biotechnology, and biosequestration of CO2. So far we have implemented several projects, just a list of them. Some of them already finished. The last one is biosequestration of CO2 using microalgae, so we are finishing this one. And now we are applying for few projects together with our friends from South Korea. We are working on the high-value medical plants for pharmaceutical grade secondary metabolites, which is quite interesting. And second one is closed photobioreactor platform for cultivation and cascading valorization into phycocyanin and bioplastics. This is a project we are working, and I informed that we are going to the final phase of the project. And also with VS, we are working on U3 algae loop. It's a project in Austria. We are working in implementing a tubular photobioreactors into metro infrastructure in U3 line in Vienna. And as a finish, if you fail to embrace Agrotech 5.0, rural villages will not survive. It's simply as that. So the future will not wait. I was trying to be as much as possible shorter, and this is from very known president of one of the biggest country in the world. So, okay, we will start with Mr. Serafimovsky. My starting question for him is about a digital transformation in agriculture in Macedonia. So, please explain to us.
Thank you. Distinguished organizer, distinguished guests, students, professor. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation about this event. And my opinion, personally, is that education and science need to go together step by step. As the founder says in the previous session, when it was the panel about education, we have only one country, our Macedonia, and I would like to, if you prefer, I'd like to speak on Macedonian, so ве молам, се надевам дека ќе ми дозволите да се обратам на македонски, од една проста причина. Сметам дека едно вакво место, еден универзитет, кој што е всушност темелот на знаењето и треба да го дава знаењето на овие генерации, значи овие кои седат пред нас и идните, сметам дека квалитетот на изразување пред се и од професорите и од нас како соговорници денеска треба да биде на едно солидно академско ниво, така да ќе си земам за слобода доколку дозволите, да зборувам на македонски со цел многу подобро да ги доловиме моментите и ефектите за кои што денеска треба да зборуваме. Нормално дека познавањето на јазиците е една голема предност пред себе, да кажам, за младите, и ние би се вметнале овде во младите. Јас лично зборувам 5 јазици, но секогаш преферирам и македонскиот јазик да ми биде тој кој што ќе го представувам пред останатите, пред аудиторијата, не само македонците и останатите. Но еве да се вратиме на главната тема, односно денеска зашо сме дојдени овде. Најпрво дозволете, еве, како основач, господине Цановски, да го поздравам овој настан и пред се оваа иницијатива која што ја правите. Сметам дека ова е сериозен чекор, бидејќи не само образованието и науката е многу важна, а од тие, како што и претходно реков, одат заедно, и како што праксата и теоријата одат заедно. Особено интересен е фактот колку што можев денеска еве да ги добиам информациите од професорот и останатите ваши колеги за овој N99 технопарк, да се изразам, или центар, кој што треба да биде мостот помеѓу приватниот сектор, помеѓу бизнисот, помеѓу научниците, студентите, професорите и сите останати кои што всушност ги тангира оваа проблематика. Најпрво, еве, сакам да посакам успех, плодна работа и се надевам дека наредната година повторно ќе се собереме во еден ваков состав и ќе можеме да го видиме едногодишното работење, односно резултатите кои што ќе ги даде вашата работа, и сметам дека сте на вистинскиот пат и дека правите вистинско нешто за високото образование и за науката во Република Македонија. Како што ме најави професорот, значи денеска јас сум од позиција на представник на официјален орган Министерство за земјоделство, шумарство и водостопанство, прво што би рекол е дека производството на храна, како и професорската работа, е една благородна работа. Тоа некогаш луѓето го гледаат како бизнис, некогаш го гледаат како дејност, но верувајте дека здрава нација нема без здрава храна. Здрава држава нема без здрава младина. Сето тоа е поврзано, процеси едно со друго, се извинувам. Кога веќе зборуваме за земјоделството и иднината на земјоделството, несомнено е дека треба да се ориентираме кон модерно земјоделство, односно дигитализирано земјоделство. Оваа панел дискусија, предпоставувам, ќе даде еден добар осврт на сите кои што се заинтересирани во овој дел и треба да се вклучат во земјоделството или веќе се вклучени кои што работат како фармери, сточари и останати наши земјоделци во државата, но без соодветна дигитализација и инвестирање во земјоделството реално не можеме да просперираме, не можеме да продолжиме. Да, традиционалното земјоделство дава насоки, дава резултати, но денеска со брзиот тек на технологијата, климатските промени кои што секојдневно не обкружуваат, сметам дека едукацијата на земјоделците, фармерите, сточарите и сите останати од оваа област неминовно треба да ја следат и треба да се едуцираат во тој поглед. Особено еве гледам доста млади лица овде, предпоставувам студенти, и сакам да кажам дека земјоделството не е само една обична, да речеме, економска или социјална гранка. Верувајте, тоа е благодет да произведувате храна, која што секојдневно има на нашата трпеза. Еве ќе поставам и прашање колку од вас денеска пред да седнат доручек, ручек или вечера размислуваат тоа што го имаат на масата како е дојдено. Дали тоа и квалитетна храна е соодветен за вашето здравје? Колку труд е вложено во истото? Каков процес имало за да дојдеме до овој краен производ, односно кој што секојдневно го конзумираме? Така да на оваа тема можеме многу да разговараме. Јас овде би сакал да се осврнам на прашањето на професорот Илиев, односно дигиталната трансформација во земјоделството, која што, како што реков, е нов предизвик. Веќе напоменав непредвидливи климатски услови. Обкружени сме со климатски промени кои што штетно влијат, некогаш и позитивно, на земјоделството и земјоделските култури. Растечки производствени трошоци. Како се зголемуваат трошоците за живот во државата, како се зголемуваат економските показатели или инфлацијата, нормално растат и трошоците за производство на истата храна. Недостатокот на работна сила е еден од основните исто проблеми кои што не тангира нас во земјоделството и ние како министерство се трудиме да одиме во правец на дигитализација, односно минимално вклучување на работната сила, а што поголема дигитализација на процесите во земјоделството. Нестабилните пазари се исто секојдневие од нашето обкружување и секојдневно се бориме за продажба на земјоделските култури кои што не е потребно само да ги произведеме. Треба да ги пласираме, да ги наплатиме за да го евалуираме нашиот труд. И се поголемите барања за квалитет кои што не обкружуваат, бидејќи ние како кандидат членка за Европската унија знаеме дека мора да следиме еурегулатива, знаеме дека мора да следиме европски правила, фитосанитарни политики, контроли и ред други работи. Така да оваа дигитална трансформација не е само избор, туку станува неопходност. Каде ја гледам оваа дигитална трансформација и каде во праксата треба да ја пронаоѓаме? Тоа би било GPS управувањето на земјоделската механизација и тракторите. Тоа би било во делот на дронови за следење на состојбата на самите растенија и односно здравието на растенијата. Сензори за почвена влажност, веќе тоа го видовме во лабораториите, ме радува што имате еден чекор напред во делот на науката и сериозно е потребно да се инволвира во секојдневното работење на земјоделството. Автоматизирани системи за наводнување. Климатските промени ни носат разни климатски, да кажем, промени, намалени количества на дождови, водотекот на реките и на езерата веќе е намален, се извинувам, така да апсолутно имаме потреба до автоматизација и следење на водените текови. Овде би спомнал и дигитални платформи за планирање на самото производство. Не можеме да планираме веќе традиционално дека толку ќе засадиме и толку ќе произведеме. Веќе мора да се базираме на наука, мораме да се базираме на податоци, на бројки и сето тоа математички со алгоритам да го вкалкулираме и да добиеме реални податоци. И нормално вештачката интелигенција која што не обкружува нас во нашето секојдневно живење исто така е многу значајна за да биде дел и сегмент од модерното земјоделство.
Yeah.
The current situation with agriculture in Macedonia region. What you can suggest us about the bridging the gap between developed countries and Macedonia in the region? Because South Korea is well known about this, probably the most advanced technology in the world regarding the agrotechnology.
Yeah, thank you for Macedonia and Iribwe, my brother, Kanoski. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us.
Yeah. My name is Songho Park. My company name is Songho, same. My company is Harvest Robot, AI physical robot. My major is talking about, please.
Okay, I will answer the question. Korea has a relatively small land area and a large amount of mountainous terrain, which limits the amount of land actually available for agriculture. In addition, the country experiences both hot and humid summers and extremely cold winters. Furthermore, due to the aging agricultural population and high labor costs, Korea has been in a situation where productivity must be maintained with limited labor. Under these conditions, Korea has rapidly developed greenhouse-based smart farming, AI-based environmental control, and data-driven crop growth analysis technologies. For example, Korea's greenhouse horticulture farms have evolved to maintain high productivity even in limited spaces by controlling temperature, humidity, CO2, and nutrient solution data in real time. On the other hand, compared to Korea, Macedonia has more abundant sunlight and excellent access to European markets, but we believe that its level of facility modernization and automation is still in the growth stage. Therefore, rather than simply applying the Korean-style smart farm model directly in North Macedonia, we believe we can propose a low-cost, high-efficiency, smart agriculture model tailored to the local climate, energy costs, and labor environments. In particular, by combining AI-based crop growth analysis, automated environmental management, and post-harvest pre-cooling and quality preservation technologies, we believe it can help not only improve productivity, but also secure the quality stability required for exports to the European market.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I hope that you will help us in regarding your knowledge and to try to implement in Macedonia successfully very soon.
Yeah.
Thank you. And our last guest is Mr. Can from Can Yurdakul from CEO. Do you have him online now?
Is Mr. Can online?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hello.
iyi akşamlar.
İyi akşamlar.
Hello, Mr.
Good
Can.
afternoon, dear distinguished guests, our valuable partner N99 ecosystem and Mr. Janoski. First of all, I would like to thank you for having me here today. My name is Can, and I'm the CEO of ANT Systems. As mentioned, it's an agricultural nanotechnology company based in Turkey and Netherlands. At ANT Systems, we develop nano-enabled materials technologies focused on some of the biggest global agricultural challenges, especially water scarcity, soil degradation, and climate resilience. So what makes our company unique is the way we combine academic research with industrial scalability. I think that's our strongest muscle. So we work very closely with Sunum. It's one of the biggest nanotechnology R&D centers in the region, in Europe. We are partners with Sabancı University. So alongside the academic staff and researchers, private sector is in the game also. So we have experts from all angles. And we strongly believe that solving critical global problems require this kind of collaboration between universities, scientists, entrepreneurs, and industry, especially in agriculture, because, as you know, you don't lose land just with wars. You lose land with bad practices in agriculture. And this is what we experience in our region. That's why, especially in agriculture, our challenges are becoming increasingly global and urgent. So we observe the same problems in different continents, from long-term bad examples, bad applications. And innovation should be in the game very quickly. And we believe that we set a strong example, and we want to partner with ecosystems like yours and implement our technologies together to find a better way and activate deep scientific research and transform the know-how between the parties. So our technologies are today being applied, and we are expanding internationally. And I'm very happy to be part of this ecosystem. So from today's perspective as well, I would like to add something. Agriculture is no longer an economic sector. It's become a matter of national resilience and food security. And across Europe and the world, countries are facing increasing pressure. And from water scarcity to climate change to soil degradation to supply chain instabilities, as in GCC region. So in this new era, agricultural technologies, as the professor mentioned, are becoming strategic infrastructures. And we believe North Macedonia and Macedonia has strong potential within this transformation. We have been working closely with Mr. Zafer Janovski, and as we learn and develop together the relationship, the region's agricultural health is a growing ecosystem and strategic position in Europe. It can be, and it is. So Southeast Europe creates important opportunities for next generation of agricultural technologies. And we are here ready to share between the two countries. And I'm sending our gratitude to our brothers and sisters from Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. John. We are looking forward to intensify our cooperation in the near future in mutual benefit.
Yeah, Professor, I must say, we are Ant Systems. It's actually the first company we signed the agreement many months before, and they are now on 16th of May, actually next week, right? Yes, next week.
Yes.
They are opening new capacities, very big factory in Istanbul, and we will be seeing there. And to be honest, the model which they are implementing, and as Mr. John said, it's the R&D center is at the Sabancı University, one of the best universities in Turkey and in the region maybe. And they are like a startup coming from the university, combination with the ecosystem and something similar what we are creating here. So we have in one side the university as a base, and then the R&D centers and the business. And business. At the end, it must have business. People must recognize the products, people must buy it, and people must believe in what we are doing. And I must say that I'm very happy to have you, Mr. John, personally as a partner of N99 Technologies, as well Mr. Sung Ho as a partner for the region of South Korea and around. And then we have a couple of other partners from Vienna Institute, and there are many more to come, but the basement, the start is very important. And the results which we're going to bring hopefully will be very imperative for us, because those results who are in front of us a lot of potentials because the innovation and the product which Ant System have, it's unique, and in front of the competitors, the results are 3-4 times better. So congratulations one more time, John, and I appreciate and I thank you, and greetings to your new factory next week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
John.
Mr. John.
You are very welcome.
Going back to Mr. Serafievsky, we discussed about the process of digitalization. Probably next step is agriculture based on data, database agriculture. Can you give us some more clue about these steps in your ministry?
Како што веќе зборувавме за дигитализацијата на земјоделството, нормално сите овие дигитални машини или да кажеме механизација која треба да преиде во некоја напредна фаза, истите мора да се контролираат или управуваат и да бидат базирани на база на податоци. Во секоја наука и во истражувањата секогаш одиме аналитички во делот на податоци и податоците ни се најважната работа со која што можеме да оперираме и да доваѓаме до конкретни резултати. Во делот на земјоделството овие податоци би ги кажале дека се исклучително важни, особено кога се работи за временските прилики, пак ќе ги напоменам климатските промени. А во тој дел би сакал да ги напоменам, значи, влажноста, pH вредноста, температурата, почвата, присуството на хранливи материи. И доколку сите тие податоци ние ги имаме на располагање, верувајте дека ќе имаме многу подобар принос, многу подобар квалитет на храната и ќе го задоволиме она што всушност е поставено како обврска за нас производителите на храна. Временските услови, доколку ги ставиме во интерес на дигитализацијата, можеме да користиме и односно веќе се користат современи метеостаници кои што прават предикција, односно предпоставки за времето кое што ни следува. Ако едно обично третирање на одреден насад, дали тоа ќе биде овошен насад, дали ќе биде лозарски насад или било каков, ќе имаме потреба да го третираме по завршувањето на одредена временска неприлика, ние со податоците кои што би ги имале претходно ќе можеме да превенираме и да намалиме економската, да кажам, застапеност на препаратите и сите они агротехнички мерки кои ги превземал земјоделецот, за да можеме навремено да превенираме и да намалиме трошоци за понатамошната работа. Исто така, ветерот е еден од работите кои што може да се детерминираат со дигиталните метеостаници. Како што веќе спомна, влажноста, еве пред неколку недели, односно денови, имавме сериозен проблем со мраз во неколку подрачија во Македонија, имавме сериозно оштетување на земјоделските култури. Доколку можевме ова да го предвидиме малку понавремено и додека можевме да превенираме со одредени дигитализирани средства или механизација, верувајте дека ќе спасевме одреден дел од она што веќе е уништено. И тоа веќе не може да се поврати за оваа година. Земјоделството, верувајте, е жива материја. Таму нема поправна грешка. Таму не можете да ја поправите грешката ако веќе истата е сериозно настаната. Но сепак да се вратиме на основната работа, она што го зборуваме денеска. Оваа дигитализација, верувајте дека колку и да сакаме и да не сакаме, таа е чекор со нас и многу брзо ќе следува во наредниот период. Затоа ја поздравив оваа иницијатива не случајно, бидејќи гледам дека сакате да го фатите чекорот со останатите и ние како мала држава, но верувајте, интелигентен народ, максимално ќе се впуштиме во оваа битка, која што всушност треба да даде резултати, а ние како Македонија знаете дека сме ориентирани на земјоделство, повеќето краеви во нашата држава се земјоделски ориентирани и луѓето сериозно зависат од производството на храна и производството на одредени земјоделски производи. Би сакал овде на крајот да додадам само една реченица, а таа би била паметно производство, дигитализирано, со помал ризик, помалку трошоци и повисока додадена вредност. Науката треба да биде додадена вредност во земјоделството. Само така ќе можеме да имаме резултати и нашиот земјоделец да биде на вистинскиот пат, односно при производството на храна да биде ценет и она што го прави да му биде платено. Благодарам.
Okay, is there any question from the audience, please?
Professor, maybe Sung Ho will do their presentation. Okay. Okay. Do you need this microphone maybe so you can see? Okay. This better. Please. You want to stand? Yeah, please feel free. Feel like at home.
Okay, let me introduce our company. Hello, we are Songho SI Corporation, shortly SH Corporation, a company from the Republic of Korea leading the smart agriculture industry. We recently attended Select USA, the largest investment summit in the United States, for the past 2 weeks, where we met many key figures and are now receiving practical outcomes and follow-ups from those meetings. As today's interview will proceed, we would like to first introduce our company, present the products we have, and share our plans for entering the global market through them. Yeah, you just see that, so I will pass it. Okay. We will continue by explaining the technical overview of Eve Clever shown in the previous video. Eve Clever uses a camera equipped with a depth sensor to move through the cultivation environment while recognizing and analyzing crops in real time. Through an AI object recognition algorithm, it determines the position and maturity of fruits to decide whether they are ready for harvest. The robot gripper then approaches the precise location to harvest the crop, and the harvesting robot is designed to be applicable to various cultivation environments such as greenhouses, open fields, and rail-based systems. Through this, our company is developing smart agriculture technology that enables the automation of the entire agriculture process from seeding to harvesting. Then why is data-driven decision-making important in agriculture? In agriculture, deciding which crops to harvest and when to harvest them has a significant impact on productivity and profitability. Various growth factors must be comprehensively evaluated, such as fruit size, sugar content, number of flower clusters, deformities, and the presence of pests and diseases. For example, harvesting unripe fruits can lead to reduced yield, and if crops damaged by pests or diseases are mixed in, it can affect the overall quality of the harvest. In addition, deformed fruits require additional sorting processes, which increases both labor and operational costs. Therefore, an accurate decision-making system based on growth data is a key technological component in agriculture automation. Eve Clever is a smart agricultural robot system composed of 5 main core components. First, a collaborative robot performs the crop harvesting operation, and various end effectors can be applied to enable harvesting suited to different crop characteristics. The AMR, Autonomous Mobile Robot platform, enables autonomous movement within greenhouses or farm environments and transports the robot to the required work locations. In addition, the Phenomics camera measures crop size, distance, and leaf area to collect precise growth data. These data are analyzed through AI decision-making software and is used as a system to automatically determine cultivation management and optimal harvesting time. Compared with products from other smart agriculture companies, the competitive advantages of Eve Clever are as follows. Existing agricultural automation equipment often remains at the level of devices that perform simple repetitive tasks, or equipment that mainly collects data to monitor crop growth conditions. In contrast, Eve Clever is based on image-based crop growth analysis technology and AI decision-making algorithms. It comprehensively analyzes these crop growth conditions, environmental information, and weather data, and goes beyond analysis by integrating a collaborative robot and a mobile platform to perform actual harvesting tasks, thereby realizing full agricultural automation. Eve Clever differentiates itself by moving beyond a task-driven automation into an intelligence-driven system powered by real data. While most competitors rely on simple see and pick functions, Eve Clever is trained on over 700,000 greenhouse growth images, enabling real-time crop diagnostics, autonomous decision-making, and precision harvesting. In terms of integration, traditional systems operate in silos with limited data connectivity. Eve Clever, however, establishes a closed-loop ecosystem where crop growth data directly controls environmental conditions, achieving up to a 30% improvement in energy efficiency. In this way, the first generation Eve Clever was developed as a smart agricultural robot that performs crop recognition and harvesting tasks by integrating a collaborative robot, vision sensors, and an AMR-based mobile platform. To respond to diverse crop environments, we are continuously advancing technologies such as multi-joint end effectors, vision-based monitoring, multimodal AI, and SLAM-based autonomous navigation. Our company is not stopping here and is continuously promoting technology updates and functionality expansions to respond to the evolving agricultural environments. Currently, we are developing a second-generation dual-arm harvesting robot, and we plan to gradually release more advanced smart agricultural robot products across multiple generations in the future. As you can see, our key milestones reflect how we have steadily built our capabilities over time. What I'd like to highlight here is our management philosophy. We believe that to develop truly effective agriculture technology, we must first deeply understand agriculture itself. That's why we directly grow crops, collect real-world data, and continuously validate our technology in actual farming environments. Our approach is clear. We don't build technology for controlled lab conditions. We build solutions that work reliably in real farms. This philosophy is what drives our innovation and ensures that our technology is practical, scalable, and ready for global markets. As you can see, CEO Sung-Ho Park had extensive overseas sales achievements before founding the company. A total of 14 personnel have been involved in the development of Eve Clever so far, and the rest of the organizational structure is as follows. After developing our product, we established a strong foundation in the domestic market before expanding globally. We secured entry into a government-certified procurement platform in Korea, enabling verified public sector adoption of Eve Clever. At the same time, we successfully completed a 4-year national R&D program with approximately 7.6 billion Korean won in government funding, equivalent to about $5.2 million US, involving multiple corporations, research institutes, and universities. Through this program, we developed core technology, including a cloud-based smart greenhouse control system, crop growth modeling, and AI-driven decision-making based on over 700,000 data images. Our technology was further validated through demonstrations for the Minister of Agriculture and national policy advisors. We also presented our vision for the future of agriculture through a solo exhibition at the National Agriculture Museum. Now, I would like to explain the current status of our global business expansion. We initially built our global network primarily in Europe and Japan. In particular, in Macedonia, we have already signed an MOU with N99 Technologies for a joint venture and collaborative projects, and we plan to use Macedonia as our strategic hub for entering the European market. In addition, Eve Clever is scheduled to be exhibited at Deep Tech Park in Skopje, which is expected to become a major innovation hub in the region. Furthermore, in cooperation with Hungary and the Czech Republic, we are currently preparing to participate in Horizon Europe, the world's largest research and innovation funding program led by European Union. At the same time, we are actively expanding our global presence through participation in the world's 4 major technology exhibitions: CES, MWC, IFA, and GITEX. These exhibitions serve as key global platforms where leading companies, investors, and governments converge, allowing us to validate our technology, build partnerships, and accelerate market entry. Through these efforts, we are not only building partnerships, but also positioning Eve Clever as a globally competitive, smart agriculture solution. After the commercialization of Eve Clever, we obtained the relevant certification documents to secure essential certifications and reliability, including patents registrations. This is for domestic, and this is for overseas. Yeah. This concludes our introduction to our company, and then one more, this is appendix. In addition to Eve Clever, our flagship vertical high-density indoor farm module enables stable year-round cultivation regardless of climate. Its multi-layer vertical design maximizes space utilization while ensuring consistent crop quality, making it suitable for urban and controlled environments agriculture in the US and the global markets. We also offer a smart differential pressure pre-clean system that preserves freshness immediately after harvest, minimizing quality loss across the supply chain. By precisely controlling airflow and temperature, it ensures uniform cooling while improving overall energy efficiency. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So, is there any question from the audience, please?
Is Mr. John still online? Is he there?
Here. Can you hear me? Yes, I am here.
Yes. Do you have any Turkish product similar to this, like Eve Clever, produced in Turkey or not?
No, we don't have it, and I'm eager to see them in Turkey.
Yeah.
I was last week in Washington as well.
So you were together there, but you didn't.
Yes,
know.
yes,
Okay, good.
selectively we were there. USA is our primary market as well, and I was in also CES this year. So we are also investing in the US market, and we have orders from US farmers, and the demand is high. So I would like to also collaborate and share our network there with you to co-create together.
Do you think this product might be interesting for Turkish market?
Yes, for sure, for sure.
For sure.
Yes, for sure. Because
Okay,
we have high investments in greenhouse and thermal greenhouses. So the government is also just announced grants for greenhouse build-ups and for entrepreneurs to go in the agriculture sector. So that's why I think it's time to consider Turkish markets.
But now I'm reverse asking the South Koreans. Do you think their product might be interesting for South Korea?
Yes. Absolutely, I think.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Good. So, brother, we just made a business deal. We sell your product to South Korea and we sell their product to Turkey. But it must go through N99 because we will do added value. The first EV Clever, the harvesting robot will come very soon. We are preparing a special greenhouse inside the ecosystem. And we will prepare hopefully beginning of maybe end of this semester, maybe beginning of next semester. We are doing our best. I want to thank government and Agency of Innovation is helping us in this process as well. I appreciate, this is the way we must do things between us, open, and bring the vendors here. We don't go through another agents, we bring the real people here, and we go there and we do business. So at the end of the day, we believe that Macedonia can be hub between the East and West. And we are naturally belonging geopolitically, and naturally it's this region, like Turkey, it's a part of this West, also Macedonia and the neighbor countries. So as I see, 2020, Mr. Park established his company in 6 years, he achieved a lot. Ant System is recently, maybe a couple of years, founded, and it's doing great job. Dime FinCap is 2020, after the Corona founded, he's doing great job. So we are just recently a startup, and N99, we can say it's a new group, but with the roots and connections which we were developing for the last 25 years internationally, globally. One, it's business, education, and diplomatic way. So our connections with those countries are based on 3 levels: diplomatic, business, education. And this is the thing we are doing here, and that's why we believe by connecting countries, by connecting knowledge, innovation, we can do a great job for the future of the future generation of the students. And let's be honest, Professor, a lot of people don't want to work in agriculture. Who will do? Koike berry. Who will take the fruits?
EV Clever.
Nobody wants to do this job anymore. Fortunately, I must say. And how the generation is getting older, young generation don't want, they need us, they need EV Clever, they need to, yes, to be clever. So, and at the end of the day, if a robot can do this, why should we use human to do it? If a robot can do it in the best possible way. And then we are using the sun for energy, we are using a lot of stuff. So I believe in this, I believe in the product. And the second edition with the 2 hands, we are going to do together. We are going to do together, and our team will help and support South Korean team. And we will put a little bit Macedonian touch in it. And please send our regards to the Minister of Agriculture. But we wanted somebody who is in charge at the state of, kako se prevedova da anglijski vaša pozicija?
State Secretary.
State Secretary, in some ways, in sometimes is more important than the minister because you are the hand who is deciding, and I'm happy that we have you today here with us.
We are looking forward to be together with the science, with the farmers, with the technology, and it's very important for us as a ministry, as a country, to go in this way. So I think the future of the agriculture is in the digitalization. So that's why I say we are on the right way. And I hope.
Thank you. I believe too. I believe too. And Professor, sorry I took your moderating stuff, but it's the last panel.
Okay, I'll
the
give you
best
half,
and the last for the.
I'll give you half
for
of my
today.
salary for today. At least half. Okay, if we are finished, if there are no questions from audience, I would like to thank you, all of you, for attending this conference. And hopefully next year we will have another conference and just to see what progress we've made in last year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Jan, All the best to you and your team on the new openings, and hope to see you. We will be in Istanbul for sure.
Thank you. You are
And-
very welcome.
Okay, the Turkish, they say my name Janoski, the Greeks say Kanoski, but my real surname is Tsanoski.
Sanovski, okay.
Yes. Please don't change my surname, I like it.
Sorry for that.
Brother, all the best to you, and let's take one. We are sorry for the picture, but we must take one picture together now with you guys, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.